Very excited to be here in the studio for a change, and I get a chance to talk to Jonathan, fresh off the keynote stage, where you were speaking to, well, a great number of things, but specifically what I wanted to speak to, AI obviously is a big topic, but AI and networking, how the two are kind of driving each other, changes, benefits, drawbacks. How do you approach it? What's the best way to think about it?
Great way to think about it. So we are helping hyperscalers around the world build out their back-end AI infrastructure. These are humongous networks. We're then taking that technology and bringing it to the enterprise and simplifying it. So we talked a bit about that. But also we've integrated AI into the core of our portfolio. And so we're using AI to help generate better customer experiences using our networking portfolio. There's always, who do we blame for problems?
Yeah.
Well, the network always gets blamed. So how can we make sure is it a local network problem, a carrier problem, is it a SaaS issue somewhere? We want to be able to solve those problems rapidly.
But one big takeaway of the argument is that the networking remains even more important as a platform to enable us to really derive the benefits that we expect and that the hype is leading us to expect. It's going to require a network that can support that, it sounds like.
100%.
Okay.
Well, without the network, there is no AI.
Yeah.
I like to tell people, take your phone, put it on airplane mode and walk around for a day and see how you feel. So that's the same way with AI. You have to have a great network to be able to provide the back-end AI that's needed to transform your business. And just like every company is a software company,
yeah.
Think about every company's going to have to be an AI software company now.
Well, and no big surprise, obviously Cisco is pro Ethernet on this as well, and we continue to work hard to say what do we need to do to make Ethernet work as the best protocol to continue to standardize even in these new areas. So we're continuing to work, I believe, with Open Ethernet and such too, is that correct?
You got it, okay. Absolutely right. So we are very committed to it. In fact, I participated in AMD's GPU launch where they had Broadcom, Arista, and myself up on stage with AMD leadership talking about how we are all going to work together to make sure that we can bring standards-based technology, i.e. Ethernet, to AI infrastructure, and we're well on our way. We're working with the majority of hyperscalers around the world. And in fact, a Bloomberg poll came out where they went and talked to enterprise customers, and for those enterprises who are using Ethernet, 66% of them are using Cisco, that's number one, and our next closest competitor is only 3%.
Wow, okay, that's the kind of gap we like to see.
That's a great gap.
But one we can't rely on necessarily. We've got to keep innovating and keep moving on that. And I can't help but notice you're wearing Thousand Eyes here on the jacket. I like that quite a bit. Tell me, what's the importance of Thousand Eyes as our strategy moving forward right now?
Yeah, well, we've always tried to help solve our customers' greatest challenges, whether it's IT or carrier, by looking at the network out. And what we realize is we not only need to look at what's happening inside the network, but we need to go and push that visibility even deeper and into the endpoints. And so you probably have heard of this phrase, digital experience monitoring. It's kind of the catchphrase of the year. So we have a great technology set with Thousand Eyes. It's been part of Cisco for 3.5 years now. We've integrated it into the entire networking portfolio, whether it's Meraki or Catalyst, put it in AppD, we put it in WebEx, we put it in security, and now we are pushing it out to the edges so that you can actually get the experience of what is the thing, the user, the application doing, and then where is the problem actually happening, and you can know that within seconds instead of knowing that within hours or tens of minutes or days even.
Well, it's funny because I remember the days prior to what we've been able to do with Thousand Eyes where you just kind of assumed, when we moved from the days of just private networking, that well, I don't know what's going to happen. Once it leaves my place, then I have no control over it. Exactly. And we've been able to prove, well, no, you should have a lot of control, and that control starts with visibility. As we do that, Thousand Eyes starts to sound like a low number for what you guys are now tracking. I don't know if the name still holds up.
Well, we were wondering if it should maybe be trillion eyes or something of that nature, but we do have billions of endpoints that we have visibility into, but we also, Thousand Eyes is doing billions of measurements of the global network, of enterprise networks where they've asked us to do that. And being able to correlate all that data together is where the magic really happens. And then be able to provide that in a simplified experience so you can say, hey, your Wi-Fi network is dropping traffic or has bad jitter or there's a latency issue or it's your carrier problem. And they have the best data and the best ability to correlate and make it simple.
Isn't it funny how well AI is lending itself so well to things like wireless, where we've had the most instability in terms of knowing what's going on, because now it's like my manager used to say is, don't tell me there's a problem, tell me the problem along with the solution or potential solutions. We're now seeing that happen in real time, and I like what we're doing there. Just to make sure we're clear on everything coming out of this, there's been announcements obviously around AI, but we continue to consolidate with security and AI. There's nothing that's unaffected, but what's important to understand in terms of where Cisco's going with security? Cloud still remains very present in terms of a delivery model. Can you make sure we understand what's important here?
Absolutely, well, applications are being delivered everywhere. They might be on-prem, they might be in the cloud, they might be both at the same time.
Yeah.
And so you need to be able to secure that. So we announced how we were integrating Catalyst SD-WAN directly into Cisco's SSE stack, Cisco Secure Access. And so you can do that. Obviously you get all the ThousandEyes benefits actually on both sides of that stack, both with Catalyst SD-WAN, but it's also integrated as part of the Cisco Secure Access as well. So think about how we're giving visibility, and then over time you're going to be able to reroute traffic through brownout conditions. So it's not like, hey, my network's down, but maybe I'm experiencing 5% packet loss, or my application experience isn't great for the following reason. We can let you know where it is, and then you'll be able to route around that effectively. So bringing all of these technologies together, that's the power of Cisco and how we want to be able to go and help our customers have better experiences.
Yeah, I do love when a plan comes together. But as we're leaving, I want to make sure that you've had a chance to kind of say, what is the one thing we should remember leaving from here? Because I feel like there's sometimes an over-rotation, especially with AI these days, but what is important to understand about what we've announced here that you want us to just not make the mistake missing as we go forward?
Absolutely, well Cisco is on the front edge of AI. AI is integrated into the majority of our portfolio, whether it's WebEx, through collaboration, security, networking, or observability. We have the ability to go and do that, and we've done it, and we have the best data, not just in networking, but across the board, and that makes for a better AI outcome for our customers. And go check out ThousandEyes if you haven't done that yet.
Fantastic demonstrations, a lot of new stuff happening in that area. Jonathan, thank you so much.
Yeah.
And again, check out these demonstrations, whether you're here physically at the conference or online. Either way, you've got full and equal access. It's good stuff. Thank you.
Where will you be in 5 years? Where will we be in 5 years? In 25? In 50? Let's be here and here, with her and him and they. Let's connect them. Let's connect everyone. Let's deliver technology that gives them access to power opportunity. Let's set a new standard for data security and personal privacy. Let's change the system. Promote equality and fairness in the workplace. Let's tear down the barriers to social justice for a more inclusive world. Let's clean house, zero carbon, zero waste. Because the health of our family is tied to the future of our home. Let's gather resources and partners, steer toward our greatest challenges and accelerate. For the benefit, for all. Cisco has made it its purpose to power an inclusive future for all. Where will we be in 50 years? Let's go see. Cisco, the bridge to possible.
At Cisco, our purpose is to power an inclusive future for all. And in that future, Mother Nature has a voice. A cyber attack can grind everything to a halt. Cisco Security keeps your network and your company moving forward. Because if it's connected, it's protected. Cisco.
Hi there, everyone. Welcome back to the Cisco TV broadcast studio, coming to you from Cisco Live 2024 at the beautiful Rye in Amsterdam. We are broadcasting right from the middle of the hub. Great to have you back with us. I am Steve Moulter, and I want to send our thanks out to everybody on the fantastic Cisco and Intel panel session that we heard just a few minutes ago. Great, amazing, prolific partnership. Thanks as well to Jonathan Davidson, who was so core in yesterday's opening keynote. I loved what he had to say about the nature of organizations today, that every business is a digital business, and more than that right now, every business is an AI business. There is simply no way to avoid it. AI and Gen AI are the talk of the show here in Amsterdam all week long. We are going to go out onto the World of Solutions show floor. Well, I believe Rob Boyd is out with David Bombal over in Cisco Insider. Is that right, Rob?
Check this out. I think Steve got the close-up. Steve, our camera guy, not Steve, our host, because we got multiple Steves. We are just rich with the Steves. David Bombal. That's David, and then I can immediately come in. This is David Bombal. That's what he looks like in caricature, two-color form. This is so fun because we've known each other for years. Yep. I've watched your channel grow to momentous proportions now. It's very nice to have you here at Cisco. What are you mainly doing here? How would you characterize it?
I'm doing a lot of interviews. So in this space, interviewing a lot of executives, but technical people as well. But you know what it's like at Cisco. Most important thing is meeting old friends and people, on the show floor.
Well, and I'll put this out there for anybody who is here physically with us. You want to come by, get a picture. Yep. If you can, talk him into an interview or something here. He's got a nice little studio set up. We're in the Cisco Insider, I guess, booth, although it's really kind of a misnomer to call it a booth. This is an area. It's probably got its own zip code. A lot of good people here. They've got food and drink going and lots of good conversations and networking opportunities. But I really want your involvement with the program and what you've done with the Cisco Insider. I wonder if you could talk about kind of your journey. I've always turned to your channel for, in the old days, it was certifications training and it was just details. You're also very good at engaging on LinkedIn and putting out interactive material. How would you characterize your journey, and how's it Cisco Insiders played a part in that?
I mean, it's been a long time, many years with Cisco. I started CCNA a long time ago, when we were a lot younger. Yeah. CCNA, and eventually got my CCIE. That opened doors for me, moved to the UK because of my CCIE. I love to tell that story because Cisco really changed my life. And Cisco Insiders were a fantastic group to join because you get access to a lot of inside or NDA information before it's released. You interact with Cisco, give feedback. So great group to join.
Well, let me ask you, because we go back a ways and we're constantly facing new technology. You and I were kind of not grumbling, but at least discussing, how we have to keep up our game constantly, but we depend on surrounding ourselves with smart people. What's jumping out at you here at Cisco Live this week? What kind of things are interesting you, and what's caught your attention?
It's really easy. It's the word everyone is saying, right? AI, AI, AI. I mean, obviously cybersecurity, really important for my channel, very important for the audience that I create content for. But I think those two topics, cybersecurity, AI, but AI is, changing everything.
Well, let me ask you, and then I'm going to purposely say this is not, your answer does not have to necessarily reflect Cisco, but when you look at the industry in terms of how we are, AI is very much in the hype cycle. I feel like there's a lot of good things, but there's so much noise it can be hard to pick out what are the responsible things that are being done and really advancing the game with AI. I'm curious kind of what you're seeing and what kind of advice you would share for people looking to make decisions and just with this much more noise out there now.
That's a difficult one. I mean, I really look to Cisco. Cisco obviously want to have AI that doesn't do bad but does good. But I think every companies that are building AI have to take that into account. But I mean, from a user point of view, AI is going to change everything. Hopefully it'll do a lot of good. I think the big worry for a lot of people is jobs. I think the advice to anyone watching is, you're going to be replaced probably by someone that uses AI, so make sure that you learn it today.
I think that is the point right there, I think, really, which is, it's less about being displaced in that, yeah, if you want to freeze yourself in time and say, well, this is the only thing I like doing, well then, yeah, something's going to replace you, probably AI, if not something else. But at the same time, those of us, you need to adopt your tool set. I assume your workflows have continued to change over time. But before we go, where can people reach you? They obviously want them to come by here, but online, where do people find you?
I could just search for my name, David Bombal. Find me on YouTube, find me on Twitter and a whole bunch of other places. But yeah, just search for my name, you'll find me.
Well, perfect. And I also want you to stay engaged with the Cisco Insider program. There is so much value for customers, for partners, for standalone freelance technicians and bench engineers, no matter who you are. This is a great way to stay in touch. I am also a member of the Cisco Champion program, which is part of Cisco Insiders. And I tell you, I benefit a lot from the non-disclosure signed events that they will do, where we get to talk to product managers, we get to engage with some of the technology ahead of it being announced publicly, and weigh in and kind of affect product development. I assume you and your team have been enjoying that as well. So final comments, last word.
Great to be at Cisco Live. Great to meet old friends, make new friends. Come and see me if you want to have a selfie. Look forward to meeting new people.
Absolutely. Come make new friends at the Cisco Insider area. My name is Rob Boyd. We'll head back to you in the studio.
Rob, thank you, and please thank David for us as well. We always love getting the inside track from Cisco Insiders. Great storytelling. We'll do more with the Insiders shortly. Right now, though, I am joined here in the studio by two of our Cisco distinguished speakers. I am so glad to have you both with me. Thank you for coming in today. We'll make the official introductions in a moment. Been a fun week so far?
It has, definitely.
Very busy week.
Hectic, just running around. Mohit Vaswani here with us, Technical Solutions Architect here with Cisco. And then Kanu, we're so glad to have you as well. Kanu Gupta, Engineering Product Manager with us here at Cisco. Congratulations on being distinguished speakers. We always love to get you here into the studio with us. First things first, let's talk about your individual areas of subject matter expertise. Kanu, let's go ahead and start with you.
Of course. I'm a product manager in the enterprise switching business unit supporting our solution software-defined access.
And Mohit?
I'm a global specialist focusing on compute, specifically the Insight platform.
So this is why, for those of you who have never been to a Cisco Live before, this is why you want to make sure that you come here to this event. You get to connect with human beings exactly like this, who are going to give you the information you need. All right. We just came out of a fantastic conversation between Rob Boyd and David Bombal over at Cisco Insiders. Mohit, let me go ahead and start with you on this. How do you work with this insider user group? What's the benefit it provides?
That's a great question. I got a unique opportunity this year to work with this group to create a mini-series of a multi-episode, multi-season series along compute. So we talk about the infrastructure, we talk about the management platform, we talk about converged infrastructure, and also automation. The opportunity is amazing because I bring in TMEs, I bring in PMs, specialists like myself, and my colleagues all together for the customers.
Kanu, I'm going to ask you this. I don't normally do that. Same question goes to you, though. How do you work within this group, and what benefit does it provide?
So this is an exclusive community comprising of our customers and partners, and we work very closely with them and give them one-on-one access to key members of the business unit here at Cisco. So this is a very unique group, and it's a very collaborative space that we hear directly from our customers and our partners. They bring in their experiences, their ideas, they share feedback, and we in turn get to present our roadmap, which is 3 to 6 months out, and share it with them.
Love that connection, love that communication. Let's talk about the benefits for our customers and for everybody who's tuning in on the broadcast, right? What can we expect to get when we participate within the Cisco Insider User Group if we become a member of that exclusive group, Kanu?
So first of all, it's first dibs, meaning the product is still being developed and we get to share our latest and greatest feature innovations with them beforehand. So they get to hear about our innovations that we are still building and working on, which are at least 6 to 9 months out. So they hear it from for the first time directly from us. And they can also participate in early field trials and co-development programs to share their feedback, and how they can in turn influence where the product goes.
So you each have talks coming up. You've got one coming up a little bit later this afternoon. Mohit, Kanu, you've got another one happening tomorrow. What are those talks going to be on? I want our viewers to get a sense of what they can experience when they're here at the show.
Just as Kanu said, right? I think this is an opportunity for us to present what we are doing, a plan of vision. So my talk today is about the new monitoring feature we have introduced in the Insight platform, right? We want to listen from the customer and understand what they think about it, what they want, and how we can benefit as a team. It's a win-win situation for all of us.
Absolutely. And Kanu, what about for you tomorrow?
So I'm talking about our latest innovation, software-defined access. And I'm very excited because we have a very large participation. We have about 100 plus customers who are actively, registered and plan to attend the session. So it'll be a good, check for us to share our ideas and see to keep them to keep us on track, whether we are headed in the right direction and course correct based on the feedback we hear.
Absolutely. The big talk, what we're hearing, of course, all across the show. What is it? AI, whatever we go. It's AI. You can't go 2 feet without talking AI. How is AI impacting the work that each of you are doing today, Kanu?
It's very integral to what I'm working on, the product. So we are taking the AI insights and incorporating in the product, and it's part of our roadmap.
Similar on my end, right? We're trying to figure out how AI plays a role from a workload perspective, as well as within our platform also, how we can benefit from the aspects of troubleshooting and really understanding what's really going on in your data center.
Talk to me a little bit about the colleagues that you have within the distinguished group here. What have you heard this week that has really lit a light bulb for you? Where you came here to Amsterdam and you were looking for whatever that thing that was going to spark your imagination most, what really impacted you, got you very excited about what you've heard since you've been here at the show so far?
So I've been part of the walk-in labs that's out there, and just listening to customers talk about just hands-on on the platform, just understanding how the platform works, really dedicated to, playing with the product, was really fascinating to see that, they're really excited about what we're trying to get in the platform, what we're trying to do with the platform.
I think for me it was thumping validation on the products we are building and the capabilities we are delivering will be aligned and is attuned to the customers in the region, what they're asking for. So I think that was a very exciting moment, and it continues to be making sure that we are meeting the customers where they're at and giving them what they desire.
And I think that is a big turning point for AI for all of us here right now, right? Cisco has been in AI for a long time. This is not new for us.
Yes.
But it's, as Jonathan Davidson said yesterday, what we're doing now is we're finally taking AI and we're making it trustworthy. We're adding the security into AI in a way that's making organizations more confident, allowing them to get to their desired outcomes based on AI use. So where do we go from here, right? We look ahead into 2024. Let's talk about the next time we're going to gather this exclusive and distinguished group. What is the big conversation?
Go ahead.
All right. that's a good question, right? I mean, definitely AI is here to stay, right? It's not going anywhere. And we see the trends changing. Customers are reacting to AI. They're adopting AI. I'm definitely going to see a lot more innovations along that front, and Cisco being the frontier of that.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Mohit, Kanu, it has been such a pleasure to have you both with us. Thank you for taking time to drop in here at the studio.
Absolutely.
And I'm going to keep paying attention, so keep visiting us, all right?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thanks again.
Take
Great
care.
to have you both with us. We're going to take a very brief station break. Do not go anywhere. I'll see you right back here 12 seconds from now. All right, welcome back to the broadcast. So glad to have you with us. Keep reaching out to us using hashtag Cisco Live EMEA on all of your favorite social media channels. And right now, we're going to go out to Cedric DeValder, I believe, if I can see there, who's out in the Thousand Eyes booth. Hello, Cedric.
Absolutely, Steve. I'm hanging out in a world of solutions so much, and I'm joined by Cisco's very own Chief Revenue Officer of Thousand Eyes, Justin Barney. Justin, how's it going?
I'm doing fantastic. How are you doing?
Yeah, I'm good. A little bit excited and tired already a little bit from the broadcast, but you have been recently appointed as Thousand Eyes Chief Revenue Officer, and this is your first Cisco Live in EMEA, right? So how has the role been going so far, and what have you already done this week that stands out to you?
The role so far is absolutely fantastic. I just finished my first full quarter as Chief Revenue Officer for Thousand Eyes. It had actually been in my portfolio for a number of years as I was managing enterprise networking and software sales. But as we've done organizational shifts, they said, hey, we want to split Thousand Eyes off. And I said, well, for my next chapter at Cisco, I'd love to go run Thousand Eyes full-time as Chief Revenue Officer. So I took over. So this is my first Cisco Live EMEA, and it has been fantastic. The booth has been packed. I've been meeting with existing customers, prospective customers, and partners as well. And just the need for this solution now in the market with continued digital transformation, especially in EMEA, the need is stronger than it's ever been. And it's been an awesome show so far.
Awesome, we're so excited to have you with us. And I just want to double click on one thing that you said. You've been meeting with a lot of customers and partners. What are the things that you're hearing? What are some common themes?
Yeah, well, if you think about why Thousand Eyes was founded, it was founded on the premise that you'd move to more SaaS-based applications, right? Apps that are actually owned and operated by someone else. Your apps would move out of private data centers into the cloud, into multiple clouds. And then you would have users that would not always be in the office. They'd be at home or they'd be in a coffee shop. You'd have more devices connecting. And so the ability to connect all of those users and devices to apps that can be anywhere, be able to secure those devices, but then be able to assure end-to-end that the connections are working so that any user can connect to any app and have a good performance at any time, 24/7. And again, as the world continues to transform digitally, that need for 24/7 performant applications, that digital experience management is critical, and the customers are feeling it. And there are no solutions that deliver instant visibility to be able to proactively identify problems so that you can address them before you start getting the phone calls from users, whether those are customers on a cruise ship or people in a retail store or employees that are trying to access WebEx or whatever, right? So just broad use cases that the market today needs, and we deliver those in a SaaS-based solution that's easy to set up and use.
Awesome, because you can hear it, right? Like Thousand Eyes as well as connecting the unconnected, right, Justin? So we're going to hear about an iTalk later on with Rebecca Stone,
yes,
right?
She's amazing.
And basically it's about powering unified experience across Cisco platforms. I'm really wondering, what are you most excited about the integrations between our networking portfolio and our security portfolio?
Yeah, and the integrations are very broad, right? As soon as Thousand Eyes was acquired in 2020, we knew that this would be the end-to-end network assurance solution for Cisco. It started with integrations in the Cat9K switches. We now are integrated in with the Catalyst routers for full SD-WAN integration. We just launched our integration with Meraki. With the Meraki MX devices, we are now integrated in with WebEx collaboration for endpoint. We just announced this week our integration with Cisco Secure Access. We are integrated in with AppD. We are a component of our FSO platform that we have here at Cisco. So, and what I love about it is, if you think about the keynote yesterday, Jonathan Davidson got up to talk about the Cisco Networking Cloud. And the first thing he talked about was Thousand Eyes providing end-to-end network assurance and digital experience monitoring for the Cisco Networking Cloud. And then G2 got up and he talked about the Cisco Security Cloud. And again, Thousand Eyes, end-to-end network assurance for the Cisco Security Cloud. So we play such a critical role so that customers, large and small, and the partners that we use to service them can connect, can secure, and then assure all of those applications for end users wherever they may be. So that's exciting. It's an exciting role to play within Cisco because one is obviously our business is growing, but two, we want to be that assurance engine to help drive the entire Cisco portfolio for customers worldwide.
Great, thanks Justin. And I think it's exciting to see Thousand Eyes across our whole portfolio in Cisco and see it grow, and I'm sure that like you and you are going to excel. Just we have a little bit of time before we go back to the studio, but what is one thing like that you want to talk about in terms of what's coming up next? What's on the roadmap? What's the future of Thousand Eyes? Just give us one quick thing.
Yeah, so the way Thousand Eyes works, we have agents that are in the cloud, right, that can run tests and give you visibility from a cloud perspective. We have enterprise agents that are deployed on, again, routers, switches, whatnot, so we can give you a complete view of internal networks, both public and private. But then we also have endpoint agent that sits on, say, a laptop and can provide that user experience very detailed from the endpoint. You're going to see some really strong momentum on the endpoint agents over the next couple months, so I would encourage everyone to stay tuned because there's some really cool innovation coming out on the endpoint side in the next couple months.
Awesome, great. Thank you so much, Justin. We will stay tuned, but now we're going back to the studio to you, Steve.
Thank you so much, Cedric. Great to hear from Thousand Eyes, the assurance engine for the entire Cisco portfolio. Really appreciate it. Please pass our thanks along to Justin Barney for always doing such a great job. Thousand Eyes is a remarkable organization. We are headed into our next innovation talk, simplifying operations to power unified experiences. We've got Rebecca Stone, Edward Green, Javier Yago on deck here with us. IT leaders have got to securely bridge all of these different technologies, all of these operational domains, but at the same time, they have to enable seamless user experiences. And the key is platforms. Platforms is how you get the flexibility, the automation, and the visibility you need to create great experiences and to unlock new innovations. We're going to head into the iTalk right now. We'll meet you right back here when it's done. Away we go.
Hello everyone, welcome. I am Rebecca Stone. I head up marketing for Cisco Networking, and I am here to talk to you about unified experiences. And really, I am so excited because in a few moments, we're going to be joined by a few of our customers who are really going to talk about how they're delivering those experiences to their end users, how those experiences are driving differentiation for their businesses. And that's what we mean by a unified experience. It's an experience that a customer, an end user, a teacher in a school has so that they don't even have to think about the connectivity. They don't even have to think about the surprise and delight of being able to experience something in a digital environment. It just happens. It happens like it is on the slide. Unfortunately, for many of you in the room who are the engineers behind those architectures and those experiences, it is incredibly complex, as you know. There are many, many hops, skips, and jumps that you have to take to ensure that that experience happens seamlessly. And that complexity has made it complicated for you to build, it has made it complicated for you to maintain, and it's making you it's made it complicated for you to ensure that you can see across the entire experience to understand what's going on and troubleshoot it. That complexity is only increased by the fact that you think about the security breaches that could potentially happen in all those different hops, skips, and jumps. That's where the power of Cisco Networking Cloud comes in. You heard Jonathan speak about it yesterday in the keynote. Hopefully you've heard about it in a number of your sessions before today. But it's really about how we pull together all of the different components of the network to ensure that your wireless, your switching, your SD-WAN, and beyond are really going to be connected in a unified way so that it becomes easier to automate, to do the work from a security perspective to deliver those experiences that your customers are asking for. And so without further delay, I am excited to introduce our first speaker, Javier, who is from Roche. Javier, why don't you come up and join me on stage? Thank you. It is so nice for you to be here. Please take a seat. Javier, why don't you start off by introducing yourself and talk a little bit about your role?
Okay, so I'm an enterprise architect at Roche within the informatics organization of Roche. Roche is a company that creates medicines, diagnostics, and also healthcare data insight platforms to help patients have better lives, mainly. No? As an enterprise architect in Roche Informatics, my role is to help the business with the technology transformations and architectural strategies that are needed to support what's needed in the business, and what the patients will need in the future.
And you are really in the midst of a shift in your networking strategy, is that correct?
Yeah, that's correct, because in the last years, the pace of innovation has changed a lot. The needs from the business, we are leaders in personalized healthcare, which means also we have to produce, generate, move, and compute large amount of data. And also we have a lot of collaborations that other companies, that put a lot of pressure in the network in the last years. No?
Yep. So as you're working on this network strategy, you are dealing with a diverse set of customers that might have different needs. So why don't you share a little bit about that and those different experiences that you're having to manage for?
Yeah, I think like in probably many large enterprises, we have different customer profiles. And when we were thinking about evolving our technology strategy for connectivity, we thought, okay, I think it's best to start with the customers. What are really the customer needs? And as we are an infrastructure platform, we need to anticipate to their needs. It's not only what they need today, but what they may need in the future. No? and they don't need the same. They have different needs. Now you have hybrid office users that in the last years we have seen that change a lot the way they work. We call them hybrid because in fact they can be working at home or in the office and they are expecting a seamless experience no matter where they are. They consume a lot of software as a service cloud applications, so probably internet is the network for them, most of the cases. But we have other type of groups like research and early development, and these people really need a lot of flexibility to connect things to our network, need a huge amount of performance, capacity, and if they have any hypotheses that they would like to test, they may need to move a large amount of data from here to there to the cloud to on-prem and compute it in high-performance computing environments. Now that's a completely different need for that customer profiles. Then we have seen in the last years a lot of changes in IoT with the proliferation of IoT devices and also OT that used to be more isolated environments, and now they need to use the network to connect to the cloud to do analytics and things like that. So that's a lot of change also in the network and how to introduce new protocols, new technologies, or new architectures from the network. And the last one would be infrastructure teams. Now we are moving more on consuming infrastructure as it is consuming the cloud providers, which means we need to automate a lot and we need to promote things as self-services first. And that's also changing the way we provide services, especially in data center, cloud, this type of environments.
So there's, I guess how you can think about it is for some of your employees, your customers, as you refer to them, some of the things have changed dramatically because of COVID. Like everybody went home and there's a lot more hybrid work. And some of the things like your R&D has stayed somewhat the same, but all of those are being really pushed forward by a need for more digital, of a digital experience, correct?
Yeah, that's right.
Okay, and so when you as networking and IT ops are sort of thinking about those different models for how you are addressing your customers, how are you doing that? How are you meeting the needs of your business?
So one of the things that we consider is that we need to move our mindset from managing components to really manage platforms and treat them as products.
Yeah.
So we can shift the focus more to what are the customer needs and less to maintaining a life cycle of infrastructure codes and things like that. So we need, one of the challenges is that we have different customer needs that is difficult to harmonize. So we need a very stable and robust core, but we need to be able to provide services on top in a much faster way. No?
Yeah.
So we are approaching it in that kind of platform concept. And we'll see in the next slide probably, this one. So for that platform, we think there are 4 areas that we have to focus a lot on in order to get there. No? One is automation and self-services, because if you look at platforms, you need to consume them in a self-service way, and for that, you need to automate a lot of the processes, components, and things like that happen inside. For that, it's not only about technologies, it's technologies, it's skills, it's processes, and we are adopting things like DevOps practices, or DevNevops. Sometimes they call it Net DevOps, sorry. And that takes time, but that helps us a lot to do things that we couldn't do easily in the past. Now we have good teams focused on that automation. We also have platforms at the DNA Center that help us to abstract some of the complexity of the infrastructure. In optimization and visibility is super important for us to continue optimize the infrastructure. It's not only about adding new things, but also removing the complexity that is not needed. And in order to optimize, we really need to see what's happening. And for that, observability, network observability is also key. And we are heavy users, for example, or products like ThousandEyes there that really help us to understand what's happening and sometimes even tell in a proactive manner other teams that where the problem may be. No?
Yeah.
In terms of flexibility, that's another area for us that is super important because we need that stable core and then we need to have flexible services on top. Technologies like Catalyst SD-WAN is helping us in the wireless space, but also other things like moving to abstraction of the virtual segments in the campuses with EVP and VXLAN. Those are things that we are pushing for because we think it will help us for the future to have that flexibility. No? And the last one I think is obvious for everybody. You cannot provide a connectivity service if you don't have security integrated in it. No? So here we have things like access control, segmentation, and also we're trying to support a lot the security teams moving the security perimeter to context and identity. That we think is really key to simplify that.
I think it's great that you are really taking a completely different approach. How I'm going to throw a question that's not in one of the things that we researched and talked about, but how is that helping to change, or how are you thinking about employee skill sets for your team and how that might change because of the new direction that you're taking.
So how it would change? Sorry.
Yeah.
For employees or for
the employee, for your employees that are thinking about this new platform approach to networking?
Yeah, so I think for our employees, we are developing new skills like in automation and self-services. We need to be closer also to the business and understand their needs and help them to understand what are the possibilities to do some of the transformations we have to do. And we need a very stable core. So what we need to do is that the core is really harmonized, the quality of the software is very good, because that helps us to shift the focus and move our focus more to the customer needs and less to maintaining our critical incidents and things like that. No? AI, some of the tools will help us with that, but it's more augmentation of what we can do.
Yeah, okay, great. Well, I really appreciate the time. I have shared with a few of you in the audience that I had the pleasure of joining you at Roche a few months ago, and I just really think the transformation has been pretty impressive, and the way that you talk about it has been great. So I really appreciate it you sharing with the audience today. So thank you so much. Thanks for coming. And then next up on stage, I am happy to welcome Ed Green from McLaren. Ed,
hey.
Good to see you.
Good to see you.
Thank you for coming.
Pleasure.
All right, why don't you start by introducing yourself and telling us a little bit about your role?
Yeah, so I'm head of commercial technology at McLaren Racing, and like everyone in the race team, I get to wear a couple of hats. My first hat is looking at our strategy, roadmap, and architecture across all of our racing series, from F1 to FE to esports and beyond. And then the second part of my role is to work and find partners that want to work with us and help us go as quickly as possible out on the racetrack. And you guys have been doing that now with us for almost like 2 years now.
Yep.
So yeah, it's a fun role.
Yeah, I had the pleasure of going with you to a race. It was pretty amazing, and it really opened my eyes. I had heard you speak, but actually being on the track and seeing the amount of complexity and work that you have to deal with and think about on a regular basis is pretty awe-inspiring. So if you wouldn't mind sharing a little bit about, hey, race day is coming, we're a week away, what do we have to do to get ready?
So it starts on the Wednesday ahead of a Grand Prix. We roll in our IT data center. So we have a traveling mobile data center on wheels, which is kind of a bit weird and a bit unique. And that rolls into the garage and it connects up our pit wall, our engineering island, the telemetry servers either side of the car, as well as all the compute and infrastructure inside that mobile data center. And the reason we take that with us is to compute all the telemetry coming from the cars every single weekend. And we're building out our CEO's office, we're building out rapid prototyping in the back of the garage, and we've got all of this infrastructure to connect up. But the reason we also take the rig is then to take all the data coming from the cars, and last season that was just shy of 12 billion data points throughout 23 races. And
including on the driver, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Sorry
to interrupt.
No. Anything we can measure, we will.
Yeah.
And so all of that data that's captured at the track, and then we relay that back to mission control in Woking, which is a sort of Apollo-style, NASA-inspired way of helping us add decision-making to the race. And so if any of you watch an F1 race and you see the drivers come into the pit lane, that decision is started back in Woking in England, and that's the reason the networking is so important for us in this place. But the garage isn't, the garage isn't like this. The garage isn't this like lovely green controlled office. When you joined us, it was like 40 degrees in the back of the garage. Humidity was up at 90%. It's everywhere you shouldn't build and run a data center. And we need the performance. We need the latest switches. So we're pushing our poor 9300s to the edge, and your team's very helpful, helping us with warranties and looking at what we're doing, but also understanding how those switches are performing in these sort of weird and extreme environments.
Yeah, I mean, one of the cool just little tidbits that I thought was like, you're literally measuring like cycles of sleep for the drivers and for all of the pit crew and everything to make sure that you're understanding like what is the best time for them to go to sleep so that they're going to have optimum race day the next day. So it's pretty amazing when you think about the amount of data that you're having to really pull back and send to the offices. So.
We try and stick to it as best we can.
And I think just to paint a little bit of a picture for everyone too, when you think about it is just a cement hole, and it is really nothing when you are starting on day one, and then you get just this tiny little space to work in, because obviously most of the space needs to be for the cars.
And we're running in about 1.5 kilometers of fiber, 3 kilometers of copper. And some things, we don't normally think about, but every time we take the rack off the lorry and we power up our data center, we've got to make sure it's the same switch. No one's tampered with it in motion. We've not had any sort of security breaches. We travel to all sorts of different regions around the world. And so things like Secure Boot, although you wouldn't think about that all the time, for us those things are important, and we do use them pretty much every week when we're racing.
Yeah. So why don't we talk a little bit more about security? It's not just about at the race, but obviously the data that's sent back to the office, as well as the office, your security for all of your employees, including your drivers. So why don't you share a little bit about that?
Yeah, so one of the biggest, we don't really go and try and hack each other. That's a bad idea. And there's financial penalties, which are not a good idea to sort of try and take each other's data or designs. But what we do see is a huge amount of IP loss from people, and so actually understanding how, if someone moves to another race team, we have people policies to help with that, and quite long gardening leaves. What we really want to understand is where the data is going east to west across the building. So some of the visibility you're giving us through the network is helping us to understand exactly where the data is going, who's accessing which systems at the right time, and then all that sort of physical security as well. Is my phone near the right access point, near where my laptop's connected? If I'm doing MFA, just the levels of security and insight you can give us. It's not too dissimilar to telemetry we get from the cars. There's the stuff you want to react to live in real time if you see the engine's getting a bit too hot, but there's other data sets that you'll look to optimize and improve performance as well. So I think it's nice that both teams sort of share that culture.
Great. And last, you talked a little bit about visibility. It's not just about visibility for security purposes, but one of the things that I love, and I see some of the Thousand Eyes team and in the audience, is you literally walk around with Thousand Eyes on your phone for the entire race, just like they're like basically watching it instead of the race. So why don't you share a little bit about how important that visibility and assurance is for you?
I mean, I encourage everyone to watch the race. It is really exciting. But for me, we put Thousand Eyes across our trackside and HQ environment in about 2 days. We did it ahead of the Montreal Grand Prix. We had a very short change freeze window. And we started by putting it on a couple of engineers' workstations on the pit wall. And then between sessions, we expanded that. And what it helps you see is during the race, you'll know if someone's about to have an issue. The worst is when you get someone lights up on the IT channel on the radio at track and they say, hey, the telemetry's not looking quite right. When you're in the moment and you're racing, all of that matters. With Thousand Eyes, we go really clear view of exactly what's happening. Is it a database issue? Is it network? Is there latency? Every racetrack we go to, we're taking a 100 meg of MPLS circuit. So we don't have huge amounts of bandwidth because it's very expensive to pop it up for, I'm asking for an internet connection in 24 locations. And I expect about a 1 minute SLA. So it's really expensive, and having that insight means that you're not fearful when the engineer presses the button and says, hey, this doesn't look quite right. You can understand the differences. We can also start to surface some of that information to the engineers sat in this building in Woking, and it means they know what their colleagues on the pit wall are having to deal with as well. So just giving people that visibility, that insight, being quite transparent with it, much in the same way you guys have been across the security world, is really important. And then at this place as well, we're just going to a brand new network. We're putting in an entirely new 6E, 100 gig to the access layer, seeing as fast as we can possibly go, and now knowing that we can get Thousand Eyes on the switch and seeing exactly what's happening, that gives our team a lot of confidence and we can respond quickly.
Okay, last question is just, what are some of the things that you see coming for how your partnership with Cisco is going, and some of the exciting things about Cisco Networking Cloud?
So for us, Networking Cloud, full upgrade at the office is exciting. We've got a full platform approach, so we use Meraki to deal with our guest traffic at the racetracks. We use Meraki in the garage to provide our team and engineers. But back here at the office, being able to take your foot off and know QoS policies and just go as fast as we can across the network. That means that engineers won't have to think or be concerned. We know what they're doing. They're staying on our network, and we're going to give them every bit of resource they need to go design the fastest possible car. And then just I think the constant iterations that your teams are pushing for us, that's exciting. So it sort of moves away from these big lumpy drops, and now we're moving into this sort of constant evolution. And if you look at the F1 car, if we launched a car, much in the same way as you launch a product, and we didn't touch it for a season, even if we won the first race, we'd be at the back of the field by the end of the season. So it's fair to say if you don't innovate, you're going backwards. And I think that's sort of a shared DNA between the two of us.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Ed. I really appreciate it.
Thank you.
I was telling Ed, he definitely has converted me to be an F1 fan with McLaren. So thanks, Ed. Last but not least, Sanwar, I would like to welcome you on stage. Sanwar is from BT, and he's going to talk a little bit about sustainability initiatives with BT. Thank you for joining us.
My pleasure,
Yeah,
Rebecca.
absolutely. So if you wouldn't mind just, again, starting off by introducing yourself and your role with BT.
Yeah, absolutely. So Sarwar Khan, I'm the Global Head of Sustainability for Business at BT. My role is made up of two components, really. So one is to embed sustainability by design into our core products, including our network products. And the second is to help our customers leverage our technology, some of which is built on Cisco, to help our customers achieve their own sustainability ambitions.
Great. And one of the things that I was talking to Colin, another one of your colleagues, a few months ago, and he was telling me about some of the initiatives that you have done for your own infrastructure before even you're thinking about your customers. So would you mind starting off with that and some of the challenges that you were seeing and some of the upgrades that you went through over and are continuing to go through over the next few months?
Yeah, absolutely. So very recently we launched Global Fabric. Global Fabric is our new international network for connectivity. It's built to help customers innovate at pace. We use the 3 S's when we talk about Global Fabric, and that's secure multi-cloud connectivity at scale and at speed. Now, it's built on Cisco devices, so we use the NCS infrastructure, and we deliberated for a number of months in terms of specifically selecting the right devices and the right partner, and we did that on the basis of sustainability. So by leveraging the Cisco infrastructure within Global Fabric, we're able to reduce our energy consumption by approximately 78%. So effectively, we're able to do much more with less power.
Yep.
But the positive aspect of that actually is in terms of what does it mean for our customers, because yes, BT deploys this network, we pay the energy bills, it's contributing to our ambitions, but actually, if you're a customer consuming network services, then our impact is your impact within the supply chain. So by being able to reduce the carbon footprint of Global Fabric by approximately 80%, our customers benefit by having a lower Scope 3 supply chain impact from BT.
Yeah, and I think what's great is, as a customer of Cisco, like not only are you seeing the sustainability impact of that reduced power and the carbon footprint, but also the fact that it's a cost. It's 78% is a pretty massive cost savings as well. So I think it's like it's good for the planet and it's good for the bottom line, right?
Yeah.
So as you started to do that upgrade, as you started to think about, hey, we've seen this benefit, we're going to pass it on to the customers. How are you doing that? What are some of the offerings that you have built in order to pass on to the customers?
Yeah, very good question. So I mean, the first thing is just thinking about what the network can enable. So one of the big things around Global Fabric is sovereignty. So we know customers have certain requirements when it comes to how the data is managed, where it resides, but alongside that, there are some geopolitical issues, and customers want to ensure that the traffic paths, the SLAs, etc., are maintained during these geopolitical challenges. So, Global Fabric has the ability to route traffic to avoid some of these geopolitical challenges, but also to ensure data sovereignty is retained. So that's one aspect. Another area we're looking into is coming back to sustainability, leveraging the data insights that we actually get from traffic coming through Global Fabric. We can build a deep understanding in terms of what is that data used for, is it critical, and look for routing in terms of the greenest path. So global networks, they'll operate in multi-regions, and every region has a different grid intensity factor, and that's a really important component to thinking around how you lower your carbon emissions as a customer. So by leveraging this capability within Global Fabric, we have the ability to help customers make choices, active choices, in terms of how they route their traffic and where they're routing it to remain that sovereignty, but also to be as sustainable as possible.
Yeah. And you're doing that all via an SDA, a software-defined architecture, is that correct?
Yes. So we have a Global Fabric application or a customer portal where customers can log in and make changes to their service in hours, not in weeks like network services used to operate. But alongside that, we also have the ability to enable customers to leverage APIs as a way of configuring their network as they would like, best for their applications and best for their organization and innovating at pace.
Yeah. We talked a little bit, not just about sustainability, but another very hot topic at Cisco Live this year is AI. So what are some of the ways that you are using your new network and your new approach and how you are approaching AI as infrastructure and how you're building it into some of your products, perhaps?
Yeah, so I mean, one of the example I gave there was around routing traffic. That's based on the data we collect within the network, and that delivers the outcomes when it comes to sovereignty and sustainability. So AI is a key enabler to us offering that to our customers. But in terms of where else we're leveraging AI, well, when it comes to developing networks in the customer environment, so when we're putting in LAN infrastructure or when we're putting in SD-WAN, we have the ability to look at how customers are using their network and the outcomes they want to achieve when it comes to sustainability. And we leverage AI as a way of helping organizations to make smarter decisions around when they turn devices on and off across their LAN infrastructure. That's a reduction in energy usage, carbon footprint, but also cost savings. I hear a lot from our customers that as part of their sustainability journey or decarbonization journey, they want to look at optimization in terms of their fleets, their supply chain, and their built environment. And in all of those examples, we're leveraging the capabilities of AI to help customers make smarter decisions around, let's say for fleet, idle modes, the best paths to travel that's the most sustainable in buildings, when do you need to have your heating and cooling running, and when should you not have your heating and cooling running.
Yeah.
And that comes from the ecosystem play, because we leverage capabilities like Cisco Spaces to understand occupancy as an example. And then we leverage the wider ecosystem within Cisco to plug into building energy management systems and use the occupancy data as a way of helping customers optimize their built infrastructure for energy efficiency.
It's awesome. One of the questions that I'm hoping you can answer, which I asked to Javier as well, is how do you think that this is transforming the way that your employees, the ones who are helping to build and think about these services, how are their skill sets changing? What are you looking to transform within your own organization in order to address some of these needs?
Yeah, really good question. I think the first thing is purpose, instilling a sense of purpose within the, we call it the employee value proposition. Some others may call it the colleague value proposition. I think once you have that sense of purpose, which in our case, it's BT wants to connect for good, right?
Yeah.
That's our purpose. And sustainability is at the heart of that. So when we talk about embedding sustainability into the networks, that then becomes a core component of the employee value proposition. They are delivering an outcome for BT and an outcome for our customers that has meaning for the planet and for BT as a company. So that's the first thing. And then just talking about unified experiences, we've talked a lot about collaboration, we've talked a bit about security with Javier, but actually how do you bring that together to create a seamless experience for our customers? We've always historically, from a networking perspective, talked about security, we've talked about resilience, all the key KPIs and SLA parameters that everyone cares about and expects from networks, but all of a sudden you've got an additional dimension, sustainability.
Yeah.
And with digital growth, with the explosion of Gen AI over the next few years, we're going to see an increase in compute power, we're going to see an increase in data centers. All of a sudden we can bridge that gap for customers between the key things that they relied on the network for with the new sustainability parameters. And that's a completely new dimension. It's something really exciting for our colleagues. And as I said, it instills purpose within our organization.
Awesome. All right. Well, thank you so much. It is a really great call, I think, to see BT driving towards this, and not only within their own infrastructure, but for their customers as well. So thank you so much for your time. I really appreciate it.
Thank you.
So thank you all. I really appreciate you all joining us. I think the three big takeaways that we have to think about are, one, heard consistently pretty much, is a platform approach to how we are moving forward and preparing for the future of the network. The second is really that transformation of employees. And the third is that Cisco Networking Cloud and our approach helps to develop some of those core themes, inclusive of security, sustainability, and that platform approach. So if you would like to learn more and continue the conversation, please click the QR code. And we have a few sessions that are going to be available, and you can always check us out in the hub for more information. Thank you, everyone.
Welcome back here. It was so great to hear from Rebecca and Edward on how Cisco platforms are helping them to simplify and to work even faster and focus on their actionable business. We are going to dive a little bit deeper into that, actually, and we are going to go out to Rob Boyd, who is with us in the world of solutions, very close to the networking wall. So, Rob, are you out there?
I am here, Cedric. It's so good to hear from you in the anchor chair there. So we've got the whole networking wall. Steve, I'll have you swing around, then I'll introduce Juan. But if you just look how big this wall is, you can't miss it if you're anywhere in the, what do we call this here, the showcase?
This is a showcase.
This is a showcase. So you've got lots of detailed things you can talk about here. But right now I want to give you an overview. Juan, Vela, thank you so much. We spoke in Vegas at Cisco Live.
Yes.
And things have continued to change. So I wonder, using this wall as kind of your cheat sheet, you don't need a cheat sheet, I need a cheat sheet. Can you walk us through what's important about Cisco Networking Cloud, and what would you highlight as some of the things that are executing on that?
Yeah, it's been an incredible year since Cisco Live US back in Vegas. You and I spoke. We introduced Cisco Networking Cloud. It's a vision to simplify the entire portfolio. Essentially, what we're trying to drive is a convergence of platforms.
Okay.
Right? Platforms are essentially they're the foundation for our entire portfolio. And so what we're trying to do is simplify the portfolio, make it easier for our customers to do business with us, and ultimately drive a great experience for our end customers.
Excellent.
Now, in the last, let's say, 9 months, we introduced cloud monitoring for the wireless part of the switching part of the portfolio.
Well, show me where. Go ahead and do some show and tell.
We started with cloud monitoring for switching, and that introduced basically an on-ramp for a lot of our Catalyst customers to bring their 92, 93, 9500 switches.
Okay, so these are the 9300s we got over here?
Right.
And the 9200, okay, and Meraki's all integrated.
Exactly, and so what we're doing this year, actually, the next big release is we're introducing cloud monitoring for our wireless portfolio. So essentially what that does is it extends that benefit of cloud management for all of our customers that are essentially trying to get that on-ramp, right? So it basically does both campus and branch now, so it's a much expansive part of the network. So
it's so much easier to add to smaller locations or places where staffing might be a little bit of a challenge.
So that's the latest, and we actually introduced just at this event as well, the Catalyst 9300M.
Okay.
9300M, think of this as the cloud managed experience right out of the box for our Catalyst customers.
Wow, so you buy that one, you know that's what you signed up for.
That's exactly what you signed up for.
And probably a quick turnkey situation.
Exactly. So what we had before was basically a convergence out in the field. That was an option, but now we're making it out of the box, right? So that experience is much easier, it's much more integrated, and that's essentially continuing that vision of Cisco Networking Cloud.
Okay. What else have we got here? Take your time. I've just been given word that we've got more time to play with.
Now, one of the other things that we focus on is bringing tighter integrations between our platforms. So think of Cisco Networking Cloud, think of Security Cloud. Right? So what we're driving is greater integrations across those two platforms.
Okay.
And one of the areas that we're also introducing now is actually, if you follow me over this way, we're introducing secure access integrations with our Catalyst SD-WAN, the Catalyst 8300.
Okay, so the 8300 down here toward the bottom, just make sure we get them all. I'm sure those antennas are not deployed correctly. But
now, if you think about Catalyst SD-WAN plus our 1,000 eyes insights, right? So you can now basically assure a digital experience for a lot of our customers. So think about connectivity, think about security, think about assurance. all of those integrations now possible through the platform integrations.
Well, you know what I love about what you guys are doing is you're helping me not have to think about it quite so actively because of the embedding and the integration. And that's where you're going with it, right?
That's exactly where we're going.
Okay.
Try to make it easier for our customers to deliver those great experiences that I spoke about. Think about all the people that are here at this event.
Yeah.
Now, how can you assure the experience for all the attendees here? It's not just it's not just connectivity. It's not just security.
Right.
It's all of those things. And again, the assurance to be able to validate that that experience is being elevated. That's what Thousand Eyes brings for us.
I gotcha. Okay. Now I know we still have plenty of time here, but this got the Nexus dashboard and the data center infrastructure. How are you integrating and playing with network cloud in this situation?
Well, again, this is another great development that we've had in the last 6 months plus. We've been doing a lot of partnerships with AI players.
Yeah.
NVIDIA, you saw the release that came out this week. A great partnership with NVIDIA. There's other players like Red Hat that we are also partnering with.
Okay.
But think about the complexity of the data center. You've got all kinds, you have switches, you have the compute products, you have interconnects, you have management systems. A lot of things to think about. Now you add NVIDIA NPUs into that mix. And
that's right, the new partnership with NVIDIA.
It increases the complexity even further. And so what we're doing now is actually creating validated designs, Cisco validated designs, that takes the do-it-yourself out of
No,
that.
I'm a big fan of the CVDs because
Exactly.
I mean, they're even great as a technical salesperson. You need to read through, see how it works, but much more importantly for customers who's saying, I don't want to figure out how to integrate this on my own. So final point, what should we remember coming out of this?
So remember that our vision on Cisco Networking Cloud continues, right? That's going to continue for the next couple of years. We'll have more milestones to talk about at Cisco Live US. Think about the security and networking integrations.
I'm gonna do it.
Those things coming together, driving greater experiences for our customers. And think of all of the investments we're making in our AI infrastructure. It's a great place to be.
That's awesome. Juan, thank you so much. Appreciate your time. Guys, keep by and check out the networking wall and dive into the details here. Juan and his team are ready to help you out. Back to you in the studio.
Rob, thank you so much. Really love when we take a look at what's happening at the networking wall. Always such a popular area here at the show, and thanks to Juan Vela as well for walking us through that demo and showing us what it's all about. We're back in the Cisco TV studio. I'm joined on set right now by Rebecca Stone, our Senior VP of Customer Solutions Marketing, and we are glad to have one of our amazing partners with us, Ed Green, Head of Commercial at McLaren Racing, a company that is always like, whenever McLaren's around, nobody cares about what we do at Cisco. They just, let's see the cars, let's talk about the cars. So thank you for joining us today.
No, absolute pleasure, thanks for having us.
Really, really great to have you both today. All right, so we just came out of this fantastic iTalk, and I want to start with you, Rebecca. Cisco Networking Cloud, it's really changing the way that IT teams are managing their networks. How are we doing it? What are some of the day-to-day benefits that our customers like McLaren and so many customers watching on the stream here are able to experience as we get closer to this vision?
Yeah, I think that there's two things probably. One is the vision, the future of where we are going, and that is all about simplifying how our customers are going to be working with Cisco and with Cisco networking specifically, because right now they're working maybe in 4 or 5 different platforms and having to think about 4 or 5 different UIs, 4 or 5 different APIs, and we really need to consolidate all those to ensure that they are moving faster and doing things in a better way. We really heard Ed and all of the customers in the iTalk talk about that platform approach, how they have to have faster SLAs, how they have to be thinking about what they are delivering to their end users. And we need to deliver that from a Cisco Networking Cloud perspective. From an immediate perspective, how that's going to have an impact is really in the switching and wireless portfolios with Meraki and Catalyst, and how we are able to not only monitor all of your Catalyst switches within Meraki, which allows you to see the full holistic picture across your entire portfolio of Cisco wireless and switching products, but also start to manage. So you're now able to monitor all of your wireless devices in Meraki. You're also able to manage some of your switches with the new 9300M directly in the Meraki portfolio.
It's a really exciting time as we continue to add to that stack and that complexity. Jonathan talked about it yesterday in the keynote, right, where he said, how do we keep our customers up to speed? They can't slow down, wondering where the problems are going to occur. Ed, I want to ask you, where are you seeing the most complexity in solving security needs within the McLaren network?
I think our network's quite unique in that we pop up in all these different places around the world. So anywhere you see us, out on the racetrack. Behind the scenes is a mobile data center full of radio gear, routers, switching, all of our telemetry servers and all of our car data, and we're popping that up around the world at 24 different places. So just with that inherently comes a lot of security concerns. You know, our edge network is moving location, it's moving geographies often. And also we've got to look at our people. You know, they're coming under attacks. These attacks are much more sophisticated. They are public figures. They're known in the sport. They're known in the industry. They're known in media. And so people can get very targeted. And it's hard to respond. You know, when you're operating under pressure in a garage or on the pit wall, and an email comes through, sure, we give good cybersecurity training. But in those moments, are you going to really rely on that person? And we shouldn't have to. You know, I think there's a huge amount of technology behind the scenes that just in the same way we use it to help people make decisions on track, we can help them make really good security decisions.
I love that. I want to stay with you for a moment. Why Cisco? Why us?
You're someone that drives us to innovate just as much as we look at ourselves to innovate. You know, when we look at our car, the car that starts the season at the first race, if it won the race and you didn't touch it, it would be stone dead last by the end of the year. So put simply, if you're not moving forwards, you're going backwards. And that's what we see in spades from the team at Cisco. You know, with the product releases, with software updates and versions across the whole networking portfolio, they're innovating and pushing us and challenging us to think differently. So we love it from that side, but also there's a lot of shared values, not just around innovation, but the way your company thinks, the way your execs challenge our execs and support each other. It's a really, really good partnership.
We are so grateful for that partnership. I always say, Rebecca, that this is what really makes Cisco tick. It is the partnerships that really drive what it is that we do. We are not an island. We do our best work when we work with phenomenal partners like McLaren. Ed, thank you so much, Rebecca. Really appreciate you being here in the studio with us. Great innovation talk, and we do appreciate the great partnership between McLaren and Cisco. Glad you were able to bring this to our broadcast here today.
Absolutely.
All right, so Cedric, why don't you go ahead and take us into our next segment?
Thank you so much, Steve, and such a great interview. Thank you, Rebecca and Ed, again, for joining us here in the studio. We're going to shift gears a little bit. We talked about networking just now, but we're going to go into collaboration. Collaboration is so important these days as well, especially in a hybrid work environment. So basically, that is very important for us right now. I think our portfolio is great, and also I think what I really liked yesterday in the keynote is that we have WebEx Conversation Recap, which is a cool feature I think that many of us can use at home. Other than that, our WebEx devices are here as well on display and so on and so on. And I think Steve will be joined by Snorre later on, who is our Senior Vice President and General Manager of WebEx Collaboration Devices. But before that, we're just going to watch a quick video.
Ever feel like you have the worst seat in the meeting? I feel like no one can really hear or see me. Can we fix that? That's better.
I would love to have a camera right there. Nope, nope. Let's put it up there.
And can we get intelligent audio so that everyone in the room can be heard?
What about framing? So these side conversations don't get lost in the noise.
Agreed. Amazing.
And maybe it could all be directed like a movie in real time so that everyone on the call feels like they're in the room and part of the conversation.
It would be amazing if I could stand and move around the room while I talk. I could go through our latest pitch or market forecast, and nothing would be missed, not even if I spin dramatically and look right there.
Welcome back into the Cisco TV broadcast studio, coming to you live from Amsterdam. Snorre Kesbu in the house. It is so good to see you again. We were just saying a moment ago, I have not seen you in a year since we didn't get to talk to each other out in Las Vegas. How's the show been for you so far this week?
You know, it's been amazing. And it's so good to be here, meet with the customers and the partners and really get those discussions going. That's what great partnerships is all about, right?
We are a people-first company, and people always forget this. We want to go directly to technology. We're about human-to-human engagement and interaction. Yeah. I think that's such a big part of the show here, right? You and I have talked about it. We don't have a huge amount of time. I want to jump right into it. I want to talk AI with you. Yeah. How is AI changing the way that we collaborate in the conference room and beyond the conference room?
Yeah. So just imagine that when you're working together, you're able to break down the barrier between people that are outside the conference room and people that are in the conference room. But you can use the technology really to get the dynamics about where the conversation is going, how people are reacting, to make sure that you almost have an artificial producer in every single meeting room, right? We call that distance zero. And to achieve distance zero, we're using AI. We're using AI to be able to make analysis of how the conversation is happening, the dialogue and everything, so that you can really use something we call cinematic to get all the right shots of all the different people in that room, so that people that are remote feel like they have distance zero to people who are actually in the meeting room.
I really love that whole concept because it's so dynamic. This is not a passive concept. I think a lot of people were very surprised to see Microsoft here at the show. Yeah. We've got Samsung here at the show. They've got a new display that's certified for Cisco devices. How do we tell this story? How do we partner with these great companies and create great collaborations?
You know, we went out and we asked 3,800 of our largest customers, how many meeting platforms do you use? 85% came back and said they use 2 or more. Okay, that means that interoperability is the name of the game. Cisco, we are interoperable. We support other platforms as well. We work with partners, that's who we are, that's our DNA. So we joined forces with Microsoft as well to make sure that we have seamless native integration with Microsoft at the same time as we run native WebEx. And then we work with our other partner, Samsung as well, on their new 105-inch display and everything. That's beautiful. Yeah. And we bring those together. So I think that what we can do with partners is that we can really scale, but also offer that solution to our customers.
This is so important. It means we're always innovating. We talk about managing the environment, right? Yep. Such a big lift for IT. You just said it. You get all these partner devices. They're deployed across multiple sites, all around the world, different rooms. How do we scale to meet the demands of the workspace technologies that these folks have to deal with?
Yeah, no, I think the key now with hybrid work is that you really need to make sure you create your office as a magnet, not a mandate. Mm-hmm. If you're going to be successful at that, you need to bring people in for the right topics and the right discussions, but your venue must also be attractive as well, which means that you must have the right technology in all of those rooms. You must be able to scale that and have that in there so that when you're in the office, you're not secondary to your beautiful home, right? Right. And technology is a core piece to that. It means that the user experience must be right so that you are actually not getting the technology in the way of, but you're actually using technology to support the outcome of whatever discussion you have. So I tell my team, when we think about the technology we make, we should think about this like winning the Oscars. We should never win the Oscars as the lead actor. We should always win the Oscar as the supporting actor. Because the main act should be whatever's going on in the room, we're the supporting act to what's happening.
I love that idea. I always talk about the hero's journey in Joseph Campbell, right? Mm-hmm. That we always like to think of ourselves as the hero. No, the customer is the hero. Yeah. We are the guide. We are there to support them in what they want to do. And again, if we put the human being first, the technology can follow the human being in their demands, right?
Yes, and exactly. And I say, success is when we're not noticed. That means that you went about your business the way it should, and we were just the right level of technology at the right time to make that happen. That's when you're enabling. That is really the ultimate sophistication, is user experience.
Just fantastic. I love this. Snorre, it's always good to see you. I'm glad you're having such an amazing show, and I'm really grateful that you spent a couple of minutes with us on set. I always love talking with you.
Thank you very much.
All right, speaking of managing deployments, Rob Boyd is out in the world of solutions with Alan McCann, Cisco's Director of Software Engineering. Hey there, Rob. What are you discovering out there for us?
Well, Steve, I'm just wanting to pick up on your Joseph Campbell journey here. I've got a mentor who's going to help us jump into Act 2 or 3, I don't know. Whatever we need to do to push through the journey. So I'm in WebEx again. You cannot keep me away because there's so much good stuff to talk about here. But specifically, cinematic meetings, we talked about. Alan, we can come in here. What has changed and what's most important to highlight? Because you guys are doing some very unique things and I think it gets overlooked.
Okay, well thank you, Rob. Well, we're here with the new Cisco RoomKit EQX. Our next generation AI-powered, integrated all-in-one room system. And the EQX is an absolute game changer in terms of scale deployment and video enablement to your meeting rooms. It fits any medium or large meeting room.
Okay.
And in terms of scale of deployment, it has a wall mount, a floor stand, or a wall stand to fit any room system and manage your IT ask.
Okay.
It has a premium design frame that hides your components and your cables and offers your users a sleek, clutter-free professional environment to host their meetings. Now, everyone's aware of the new normal. 98% of all meeting rooms or all meetings are going to have a remote participant. What does that mean? You need to offer the best experience to your users. It needs to be immersive, collaborative, and remove distance from the meeting. And that's our goal with every single feature we deliver.
So I assume you have some proof points of how you're actually pulling that off?
Yeah, so let's talk about it very quickly. So the first feature to show with this is our frames technology, to frame you better for the meeting and make it feel like you're part of it with everyone else. So let's just quickly bring
Should
up...
we go to our spots?
Yeah.
You told me to stand over here, I believe. And Charlie, is he part of the demonstration, or is he just
No,
eye candy?
Charlie's just our eye candy for the moment. So let's...
So what's happening
the
here?
demo open up, but... So here's our audio. The Codec Room Bar EQ, or Codec Room Kit
Room Kit
EQX,
EQ, the EQX, yeah.
has 6 powerful integrated speakers, and it has a subwoofer and amplifier to offer the best sound, so you can hear everyone on the remote end, and not only hear them, but with your 4K screens and our spatial audio technology, actually understand where they are on screen and look directly at them.
So this is funny because I've actually experienced this even when I'm not on a room system. The other person's on a Cisco room system, EQX, I don't know, but I've noticed when I've got headphones on or something, they are literally coming from where they appear in my field of view. And it's amazing. It makes it very intuitive, as you say.
And now, with our camera intelligence, you can see in our meeting zones that we're being framed in the meeting for the best experience for our users. And with our meeting zone technology, the camera team are completely cut off from the meeting and not incorporated.
Yeah.
But let's move on to the real power of this.
Tell me. Okay.
It's the ability to bring in additional cameras and actually offer a cinematic meeting.
Okay.
So with our...
I apologize because I'm going to have to cut you out. I believe we're out of time. No? I heard that wrong.
Well,
yes,
even
we are
better.
out of time. Okay, I apologize. We'll head back to you in the... We're going to see a video, I believe it is. All right, let's take a look. Thank you.
You never have to choose again. Get Microsoft Teams and WebEx together on Cisco devices. Take advantage of advanced AI technology with optimized camera views, people focus, and audio intelligence, all manageable on Control Hub or Microsoft Teams Admin Console, running natively on the Cisco devices you love.
And welcome back to the studio. I am really thrilled to have 2 guests with me. We have Kun with us, and we have Chris with us. Guys, how are you doing today?
Great, nice to be here.
Fabulous to be here. What a show, what a buzz, what an excitement.
I know, right? People are coming in everywhere, and it's just great to be here and see all of the technology. So, Chris, you are our VP of Customer Experience Centers, and Kun, you are our VP of Customer Experience in North. Right, and we're going to talk a little bit more about CX at this point. So Chris, I'm going to start with you as the AI Council Lead for Cisco Services. What AI-driven services is CX delivering today, and what are some of the Gen AI support services you're currently working on?
Well, we've been using AI in CX for years, both kind of traditional predictive machine learning and these new AI concepts, and it's been embedded in the way we've worked across both support and professional services for many years. And this kind of instantiates itself in 3 different kinds of concepts. One is around task augmentation, the other is around persona-based AI assistance, and the other one is about extracting new value from data. So this has been a real theme over the years, and our customers and our partners have been experiencing the value of this across all the things that we deliver. And looking forward, the whole concept of generative AI brings a new spin to this kind of opportunity. So it's an opportunity to bring these techniques into the way we work and add new value for customers. So of course we're exploring new concepts, and already we're working on things which our customers can experience. One of the ways they'll be able to see this is through working with our chat assistants, which are Gen AI powered. So this will be something that will be a big theme for the support teams. And also looking at how our engineers work with customers. We're creating new ways of augmenting the way our TAC engineers work to help them bring generative AI insights to their everyday life. And this is going to really show up in helping us improve the time to solve issues and increasing the customer satisfaction with the way they work with us. And this is even going to play out into terms of kind of looking to the future about looking at kind of controlling machine environments using natural language, new ways of getting value from data, and really exploring AI solving net new problems, not just things we know about, but new issues that the AI can guide us through to a resolution. So it's very exciting on the support side.
Awesome, great. Thank you so much. And then I'm just going to jump to you, Kun, real quick. You're a true engineer. You've been working with AI over the last 30 years. Okay, let's not dive deeper into that, but what are some of the innovative applications that you've seen that are basically using Gen AI to improve the professional services industry?
30 years really sound like an awful long time, right? And now you should
I'm
know.
26. Sorry.
And now you should know that at that time, it was already around as a research subject for 30 years, right? But why is it such a buzz at this moment, AI? First of all, compute power is there, but particularly data. Because AI is really good to make sense of a large amount of data. And what is now typical about an IT platform is a lot of data. And as we digitize more and more industry, business, even more data, sensors all over the place. But at the same time, it complicates the management of IT platforms, because every change needs to be carefully. This morning I was talking to a customer, and I said, it was about sustainability. I said, why don't you switch off this one? I don't dare to switch it off because I don't know what it does. So here we have a perfect example of an application we use as professional service and how we arm our experts to help our customers. A tool which real-time learns the relationship between business services, inter-device dependencies, and all at real time, so that when you make changes, and change on an IT platform, like I said, more and more, and even more in dynamic, you know exactly what the impact will have. You can mitigate, you can plan for all of those kind of different things, which helps and arms a lot and helps our customers to achieve more value. But managing such a large platform, and even if we have fabulous products on bringing them a single pane of glass, it's still a lot of data. Again, AI is super good in finding patterns on those, finding anomalies before they even cause a real issue. Not only that, based on that data, we kind of predict what will happen in the future. So we help our customers not only operational efficient, not only reduce risk, but even plan their capacity and do these things all up front. Just imagine what we can do in the future with all of those use cases, all of those data.
So rather than like right now, it's more of a reactive story, right? And using what I hear you saying, AI and data together, right? Cisco basically helps you as well in terms of using that into more of a proactive story and basically trying to anticipate what the customer needs before they even know that they need it.
Which is all about the concept where you hear AI ops, right? Or autonomous network as it's called as well, where you use all those data, all those patterns to drive that closed loop and just make the platform very stable and expandable and flexible as well.
And all of these techniques which we're developing internally as use cases will be made available to customers through professional services, support services, all different types of channels.
That's the Cisco story, right?
Exactly, that's right. We're validating the concepts, proving them at scale.
We're going to go to the customer experience booth right now in the world of solutions where Nish is. So Nish, over to you.
Thank you so much, Cedric. Yes, I'm here. We're in the CX booth. I'm joined by Sandeep and by Jesse. Really quickly, what is your role at Cisco?
So I'm VP of Offer Management and CX.
And Jesse?
Product Management as well.
Awesome. So Cisco Services, there have been lots of exciting announcements this week, specifically around the success tracks and the lifecycle services. Can you tell me a bit about those, Sandeep?
Yeah, so Success Tracks is our flagship offer, and it's a digital-first service that we're bringing to market for our customers and our partners, and it's led through CX Cloud. We are bringing in our adoption services, our support, including visibility into tax. So there's a lot packed into Success Tracks, but what we're really excited about is we are bringing 3 new Success Tracks into market. One is Wide Area Network, so that gives you coverage not just about how you can get your networks up and running, but including software-defined wide area network. So that's one. The second one is cloud networks, and this is cloud networks for non-controllers. So we have about 20,000 customers who then now are eligible to see their cloud networks, and that's a huge win for us and a huge win for our customers. And lastly, it's our collaboration hardware devices. So with all of this, bringing this to market, we have about 74% coverage of our install base, and this is huge.
That's awesome. Thank you, Sandeep. And Jesse, I want to ask you about the new optimization management for data center and for services. And gosh, services as code for SD-WAN. Now, what is this announcement and how is this going to help our customers?
Hello, everyone. Great to be with you. Yeah, Lifecycle Services, we have 2 new great services that we've launched here at Cisco Live. Lifecycle Service is about achieving outcomes with customers. Think of it as improving productivity, reducing risk, and we map what we do in services to the KPIs the customer wants to measure. So 2 new services. First one is around sustainability, energy optimization for the data center. The customers want to know how they can achieve their sustainability goals. We help map their insights into actionable recommendations that we can make for them and then execute those plans with them so they could achieve their goals. The second is our ability to help our customers be fully automated. So at Services as Code, customers want a seamless way to automate end-to-end, whether it be when they're initially deploying or to making any change inside their environment. Helps them get the 70+% productivity over where they are today and get to 100% change success rate. So 2 new great services that really help our customers get to the outcomes that they're measuring in their business.
Awesome, and just in one sentence, I'm going to challenge you to stick to one sentence. Okay. Describe the energy here at the booth. What is the big thing that you want people to see? One takeaway.
The energy is just absolutely amazing. We have so much value, and we put our customers and partners first in the way that we deliver, and you can see that here just with everybody represented and the amazing exchanges that we're having.
Okay, Sandeep, one sentence. One
sentence.
sentence.
See our demos because they're live and they kind of bring this to life.
Thank you so much. Cedric, we're going to head back to you in the studio now.
Shanish, you make it hard on those guys, right? Like in one sentence, I think it's very hard to explain our customer experience department in one sentence. We're gonna almost throw to an iTalk right now where we'll learn a little bit more about how CX can actually help transform the security operations center in an organization. But before we go there, real quick, still let us know, we're still here on social media as well. Use the hashtag Cisco Live EMEA to share any thoughts, to any photos, pictures, whatever you want to share with us. But do that now or do that later, but we are going to throw it into the iTalk right now. See you soon.
Make some noise. Thank you. Thank you very much for joining us on this amazing session. My name is Pablo Steiner. I'm going to be your host today. There's plenty of seats, so please come around. If you sit on the first row, you can take selfies with us after. All right. So today with me, I have Simon Crocker. Simon is an expert in cybersecurity. And we also have a very special guest, Ahmed Tayyar. He's from Saudi Telecom. He's going to be sharing with us their journey. The reason I'm so excited about this talk is because we will share with you a journey of transformation and innovation. And we will do that in the next few minutes, and we will make it all sound very, very simple for you. The question is, are you ready? All right, ladies and gentlemen, Simon Crocker. Simon, you have been in the industry for a very long time.
Yeah.
You're an expert. Please tell us a little bit about yourself.
Yeah, I've been with Cisco for 23 years now, pretty much all that time in cybersecurity. The last 7 or 8 years, I've been focusing on SOC. So I'm part of a team that help our customers throughout the world plan, design, build, assess, and optimize SOCs.
So Simon, I talk to a lot of customers worldwide. They always ask me about SOC. And this is a topic on the table, and it means a lot of things for a lot of different people. So in the context of this presentation, please tell us a little bit about what a SOC is.
Sure, absolutely. So let's have a look first at what a SOC actually does. A SOC or an STC SOC or a CDC, Cyber Defense Sensor, does. So if we think of a typical organization, it's made up of networks, infrastructure, applications, and data. Now, there are threats out there to that organization. So what does the organization do? It deploys security controls. Yeah, so firewalls in front of a data center, malware detection capabilities and endpoints, things like that. So those threats, one day, they're going to produce an attack. Yeah? So those security controls, your security controls, are going to stop those attacks happening. When that happens, they're going to produce a log. Now, some of your security controls might be detection security controls. So they're going to, when they stop something or detect something, they're going to produce an alert and say, yeah, I think there's a bad thing happening here. So you get more attacks, more logs and alerts, more attacks, more logs and alerts. Now, one day, an attack might get through your security controls, and it's in your networks and systems. So when that happens, the organization needs to collect data, and needs to collect logs to find out that's happening. And you get more attacks and more logs and alerts. Now, to be useful, those alerts, those logs, they need to go somewhere. Someone or something needs to pick them up. They need to be investigated. And if it really is an attack, they need to be responded to. And the collection of people, process, and technology that does that, we call a SOC. So that's what a SOC does. Let's have a look at what's actually in a SOC. So first off, lots and lots of technology. Okay? So you're going to have some kind of security analytics system that's going to pull in all those logs and alerts and data and analyze that for you and say, tell you about an attack. And you'll have threat intelligence platforms, automation tools, things like that. People. So security analysts, incident responders, threat intelligence analysts, things like that. And all this has to hang together and work together. So you'll find lots of process in a SOC. And finally, the whole thing needs to be governed. It needs to be looked after. It needs to be managed properly. And you'll find SOCs, they collect lots and lots of metrics and KPIs and things like that to help them do that. Now with SOC, you must never lose sight of what it's there to do, which is to serve its consumers. And finally, most SOCs we see are what we call a hybrid SOC. Yeah? The SOC does some things itself, and other things it outsources to a service provider. So that's what a SOC does and what's in a SOC.
Thank you, Simon. I love how this guy makes things complex so simple. So why is this then so complex for companies to implement?
Yeah, so organizations, they do find this tough. They do find it challenging. And I guess one thing is this is a complex thing to look after. Yeah, it's a complex thing to do, and it all has to work in harmony to be successful. Those technologies you see there, they're very, very specialized technologies. Yeah? They're likely to be unique in your organization. Your IT department is unlikely to look after them. So it's up to the SOC. The SOC has to look after them. Those people are difficult to find, and when you've got them, they're difficult to retain. Yeah? And if your SOC's 24/7, and SOCs need to be 24/7, it's not just one team of people you need to find. It's 5, 6, 7 teams of people to cover shift patterns and things like that. We've shown a very simple model of an organization here. Green box with 4 boxes in. In reality, organizations are much more complex. Tens of thousands of employees, tens of thousands of elements. Some of this stuff is likely to be out in the cloud. And the number of attacks we've shown, just a handful of attacks. You think like someone like STC, hundreds of thousands, maybe millions of attacks a day they're receiving, corresponding logs and alerts. Now, the SOC needs to deal with all this consistently, at scale and at speed, and accurately in order to protect the organization.
Thank you, Simon. Thank you very much. So, ladies and gentlemen, Simon will join us in a little bit moment. Now, I want you to help me welcome Ahmed Tayyar from Saudi Telecom. Welcome, Ahmed.
Welcome.
Nice to see you again.
Nice to see you.
Please, let's have a seat. Well, first of all, I want to tell you thank you very much for doing this. I know your willingness to share your story and your journey with us has been incredible. So from the bottom of my heart, thank you very much. It's a privilege to have you with us on stage.
And thank you for allowing me to share our experience to every beautiful audiences here.
Thank you. Excellent. So Ahmed, please tell us a little bit about your role. You have a big role in the Cyber Defense Center. Please tell us a little bit about what that is.
Okay, so I am the Cyber Defense Center Director. We are responsible for incident response, security operation center, and threat hunting. Basically, it's well known by SOC. So every organization, they call it SOC, but we call it Cyber Defense Center because of the size and the infrastructure that we have. We are managing STC group. So to give an insight for STC, STC company is a Saudi company operated in Saudi Arabia, and due to geolocation of Saudi Arabia, it is reside on the middle and the center of the 3 continents, the Africa, Asia, and Europe. And in addition to this one, so we provided, as STC, we provided submarine cables that we connect all these continents together, which allowing us that it will be difficult for us in order to ensure the security and privacy, not only for our nation or our company, but we are securing the whole world due to this geolocation. And STC, it's considered also a digital enabler for the Saudi Arabia and also for the Vision 2030 of the kingdom. So this is a brief of STC and our role as a cybersecurity. We need to ensure the security of the STC in addition to this one, which is very important, the security all of the world itself.
Fantastic. That sounds like a simple job.
Adrenaline.
Excellent. So, Ahmed, this, for the audience and for you guys to be able to absorb this better, we're going to take them through your journey, then we're going to talk about some of the outcomes, and then finally we'll talk about the future. So that will be easier for you to follow during our conversation, and also for the million people that we have behind the cameras. Now, one thing I need to ask you is, why did you decide to go through this transformation, and why you choose Cisco and CX Services to help you?
Okay, so let me get back to you 3 years ago. Once we started our partnership with Cisco. 3 years ago, exactly after the pandemic, we had one of the biggest transformation as STC, from not becoming only a digital and a telecom services, we become more of digital services. So rather than we providing only a telecom services, we started to provide cloud services to our customer. We started to provide data centers. We provided emerging technologies like IoT, 5G, also AI analytics to our customer that we can analyze their data and bring business value to our customers. On top of this one, and in order to achieve all of this, we started having another challenge to us as a cybersecurity. So what will happen with these, a lot of services and diversification from business point of view, we had multiple infrastructure. Our infrastructure was really huge, in terms of assets, in terms of the data, in terms of even analyzing the data. So in order, as a SOC, as Simon said, so in order, we need to analyze the data. We're talking about teras and teras that is being fed into our SIM on a daily basis, which allowing us to change the technology. So we started by changing the technology, and we brought a new technology, which our executive management, they decided, okay, after having a new technology, we need to ensure having a new people. So we started to choose a company and a partner, where a strategic partner, and we were very selective, by the way. So these partners, they need to be very expertise in IT. In addition to this one, they very expertise in telecom. And what do you think? Who can provide these two expertise in IT and telecom? And this is why we chose Cisco in the place. On top of this one, also they have the capability from cybersecurity point of view, which one of the things that and this is why we choose actually Cisco for having an IT, telecom, and cybersecurity all together. Then after that, we started our journey in order to have a proper transformations out of that.
Thank you, and we are very proud to be part of this strategic partnership, by the way. And along the way, I'm sure there was many outcomes that we were able to generate. So can you please tell us a little bit about that as well?
Yes. So again, let me tell you, after we started our partnership with Cisco, one of the challenges that we faced is having huge number of data that it came across our SIM solution. And we spoke to Cisco that we need not a normal legacy security operations center to be managed and operated to our infrastructure, where we decided, let us build a strategy, and this is the first thing that we have done. we started by doing a maturity model where we want to see where we are. And during that time, 3 years ago, and please don't take picture of it, we were 1 in maturity. And after 3 years, so now we become 4 out of 5 in the maturity model within only 3 years. And this is one of the achievements that we have and the outcomes that we had. We started to build after we did the maturity, and we found ourselves like 1. We found ourselves, so let us build a certain framework and certain standardizations. This huge of data, this is huge of data that it came across our platform. It is really difficult to be monitored and managed. And with unless if we have a huge number of people that they can manage and operate our security operations center. So what we have done here, we started to build something called a use case framework. And this is another outcome that we have. The use case framework, it's basically not everything has to be monitored. So we starting to selecting our crown jewels. We are starting to identify our critical assets within the infrastructure and the millions and millions and thousands of assets that we have to select these critical assets. Then after that, we started to build a use case in order to monitor and ensure the security and privacy of our infrastructure. And it came for the next, after 3 years, now, after, as I said, we become actually 4 out of 5. And this has brought us into the next 3 years. And this is what's happened right now.
Thank you.
Thank you.
That's a fantastic journey and outcomes. Now, when we talked about this is not the only thing we are going to do together, right?
Yes.
So what about the future? What does the future look like?
Okay, so the future is good. This first thing. So this is the trends. Usually in the Security Operations Center, they started by something called, as of now, they call the Legacy Security Operations Center, where we monitor, there is a data, there is logs, we monitor the logs, and that's it. We analyze it, and we provide a use case, and if there is something use case, we will be creating use case, and there is alerts, and there is playbooks that we want to ensure that to be followed by the L1 and L2 support. This is, you can say, the first level of Security Operations Center. For maturity, we reach to an automations. We have around almost like 30 automations, playbooks of our playbooks. And these automations, it will ensure the automations of the response of our security operating center. In order to reach a maturity number 4. But how, if we want to reach to maturity number 5, what we should do? We want to inject an AI. We want an AI not only to take and automate things, but we want also for our AI to starting thinking, respond based on the analyzing the data that we have. And this is our future. We want to ensure something, a framework that we call it AI SecOps. And this is what we started to build by Cisco. This is AI SecOps. They have a framework, and they have its own LLM model, which will analyzing the data, analyzing the playbooks, analyzing even our documentations from security point of view, where it will build and it will have a proper actions and playbooks based on the data they receive. This is first thing. This is one of the future that we want to build in the future. The second thing, which is something we call it cyber for business. And this is in order to ensure our security operations center is not only a normal security operations center, but we want it to be driven by business. We want to quantify our risks. We see an incident. What happened if this incident impacting this service? What is the quantifications of the attacks? We built a framework. We started building a framework, something called the Cyber for Business. This Cyber for Business, what it will do, it has some kind of algorithm. Whenever there is an attack, we build and link this attack with quantifications and with the services, business services. So we can report to the board, we can report to executives that this is the impact that we received and that we saw. And based on this one, this is the impact that you will going to see from a business point of view. As of today, we ensure of all of our journey with Cisco. We had the pleasure to invite around 4 companies, I think so. So we have, I think, Ooredoo and different companies from telecom and IT. And for today, we are announcing, and you are more welcome for joining STC, to seeing STC, CDC, Cyber Defense Center, and the Security Operations Center, and see their capabilities by leveraging Cisco, okay? So you can reach Cisco and starting to communicate with us in order to have an invitations to our center in Saudi Arabia, and you are more welcome. Everyone here, you are more welcome to reach to Cisco. You will have many calls.
I'm sure I will get 1 million calls now.
Exactly.
Thank you very much
Welcome.
for that offer. It's fantastic to have you here in stage and to have this partnership. I'm sure in the audience, both physically and also behind the cameras, they're wondering how they can join us, be part of this journey. What would you recommend to them in a couple of minutes?
Okay, as recommendations, I would like this is the summarizations of our journey. So every Security Operations Center leaders, first thing, starting by performing a capability maturity model to baseline your capabilities from the Security Operations Center. After that, once you see the gaps and the challenges that you have, starting building projects and roadmap in order to achieve 1 year to 3 years goals and tactical and strategic goals that you have. Then after that, starting and thinking about how you can link your operations to business objectives. And this is the most important thing that everyone, they should drive by this approach.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Thank you very much. Again, thank you very much for the partnership. This has been an amazing experience. Great to have you on stage with us.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, Ahmed Tayyar.
Thanks a lot.
So Simon, I would like to bring you back to stage now.
Sure.
And since you can make things complex, very simple, tell us how, please.
Sure. So we've heard about some great innovations there, great transformation at STC. So how did those innovations come about? How do we know they were required? And when we implemented those innovations, how do we know they're successful? You know, they made a difference. So at Cisco, we follow a 6-step SOC transformational blueprint. And this is what we did at STC, and we've done that with many other countries, many other customers in the world. There's no magic best practice with SOC. Yeah? All organizations are in different situations, have different requirements. But this works whatever type of SOC, region, vertical. So first off, what does your SOC actually need to do? Yeah? Lots of SOCs we see are built bottom up. Yeah? They've kind of evolved over time. And it's often these SOCs that we see which are failing. So I'll give you an example. We were talking to the CISO of an online gaming company, this is a few years ago now, and he said, well, my SOC is useless. It doesn't tell me what I need to know. And we said, well, as the CISO of an online gaming company, what are you most interested in? He said, money laundering and identity fraud. Now, his SOC was collecting, on the whole, firewall logs. No amount of firewall logs you collect will tell you about money laundering or identity fraud. You need collect some very focused data, you need some very specialized tools, and you need people trained on those tools and how to investigate things to spot that happening. His SOC was collecting what it could, not what it needed it to do. So at Cisco, we follow a top-down, business-focused approach to SOC. So first off, we'll work with an organization, but what does your SOC need to do? What value does it need to provide to the business? Once we know that, we can work out what services it needs to provide in order to deliver that value. Once we know the services, so people, process, technology to deliver them. All this we roll up into a strategy, a SOC strategy. So as well as those services the SOC's can deliver, we also document that strategy. So what are the key drivers? Who are the consumers, the stakeholders? What's the scope of the SOC? What are the core principles it's going to operate under? What are the desired outcomes? And all this we roll up into a 3-year strategic roadmap. Next, how well is your SOC doing? What parts can we reuse or evolve to align with that strategy? What do we need to build from scratch? What makes sense to outsource someone else to do? As we do this quantitatively, we can do this at the beginning, every year, and at the end of 3 years. And this is when Ahmed said they went from 1 to 4 in that 3 years. 4 is world class. So that it really, really is, an amazing, amazing transformation. How do we know the SOC is doing what we want it to do? So we need a governance structure in place. We need to collect those metrics and KPIs we talked about earlier. But those services we want the SOC to deliver, how do we know they're going to be delivered correctly? And this is, of course, process. So the process not only defines when the service starts, or when a part of the service starts, and who does what and when, but also where do we take those measurements that roll up into those metrics and KPIs. With STC, we've done a lot of work on processes, and the processes give you that maturity and that capability. Lots of process workshops, and that's how we've got from 1 to 4. What should your SOC actually be looking for? So again, most SOCs, when they start out, they concentrate on the security controls they've deployed. That alert coming in for that malware found on that endpoint. So what a SOC does, or should do, is create a process to deal with that alert. So how do we investigate it? How do we decide that it is an alert, is an attack? And how do we respond? And as SOC, we call that a playbook. SOC world, we call that a playbook. Now, as SOCs mature, and they should definitely be doing that on the technical controls, but as the SOC matures, it starts to think about, well, what is the business interested in? Think back to the online gaming company example. And this is where the use case framework comes in that Ahmed mentioned. And you can think of the use case framework as a giant process or set of processes that takes us from those business level use cases, which could be from maybe threats we're interested in. From your threat intelligence that the other telecoms providers in your region have been hit by some kind of attack. Should we be worried about that attack? Do we want to detect that attack? If so, it becomes a business level use case, or it could be to do with risk. As Akram mentioned, they've found their critical assets. Let's detect around those, or it could be for compliance reasons. So that's the use case framework. Right. So we know what our SOC should be doing. We know how well it's doing. We know what it's doing. We've got control over it. We know what we're looking for. The next step is to optimize the SOC. Now, all SOCs have to keep on improving. If they don't, they'll eventually fail. Why? The world outside there is changing. Your attack surface is always constantly changing. The number of attacks out there is increasing. The complexity of those attacks are increasing. The number of threat actors is increasing. If your SOC just stays still, it'll eventually be overwhelmed. So we need to keep improving. So, your people who work in your SOC, give them all the tools they need, train them. AI for SecOps, as Ahmed mentioned, make their lives easier. Those processes, optimize those processes. That technology you've got in there, add more data sources based on your use cases, of course. Optimize that technology, add more technology, integrate that technology together so it all works together. And of course, innovate. And this is where some of these innovations come from. We've got a big data lake. Let's use machine learning to hunt on that. And of course, something all SOCs want to do is automate. Helps them do things consistently, at speed, and at scale. And as Akram mentioned, been automating whole, life cycle of events from detecting it right through to response, SDC. So how do we ensure our SOC keeps improving? Okay, so this is all about putting a strong governance structure in place, collecting those metrics and KPIs, and also reporting, having strong reporting of those KPIs, so you can interpret them, see how well your SOC's doing. To instill a very strong culture of continual improvement. Keep improving, Those processes you've gone to great pains to put in, have a look at the steps. How can we speed part of it up? If you collected more data or had an innovation, would that improve things? Or one of the innovations we've talked about. So, we're at step 6. Have we finished? No. It's time to revisit step 1, review the strategy, and around the circle we go again. Thanks. I'm out of time.
Simon, thank you very much. So, ladies and gentlemen, Simon. So, Cisco CX Services, we are helping secure, defend everything. It's a true story, it's a true journey. If you're thinking about where can you start or what can you do about it, come and talk to us. We're going to be around for a while. Yes, we can take selfies, but at the same time, we can really talk to you about what is it that we're doing and where to start. In the CX stand, then you can also, my engineers are in there. We can show you truly how this works. You can see some of these things in action. So please make sure you do that. The last thing that I want to tell you is a massive thank you. Third day in Cisco Live. Hope this was your best session. Thank you very much for coming.
Welcome back. What a great innovation talk around CX. And I think we're going to stay on that topic. And from what I know, Rob Boyd should be in the World of Solutions at the CX booth. So I'm just going to check with you, Rob. Are you there for us?
Absolutely. I'm always here for you, my man. And yes, I am here. We're talking success tracks in the CX booth. Got a couple of experts with me, both Pat and Sarah. Sarah's going to do some demonstrations for us. But Pat, I want to start off on the first question. Just help me understand, what is success tracks? What's important to understand here?
Yes, so Success Track is a complete, comprehensive suite of digital services, combining human expertise with intelligent digital insights, and we are delivering this through a platform called CX Cloud.
Perfect. And Sarah, you have something to kind of show us how to kind of bring this to life, yes?
Yeah, I can show you like a quick peek of what CX Cloud looks like with the different tiles. You can always see here that you have assets, adoption, lifecycle, all your advisories, cases, and some insights as well will be here for you.
And these are all things that someone can get access to as part of, this is an engagement, it's an offer, something for customers to take advantage of.
Yes,
okay,
exactly.
Of course. So I'm curious in terms of enablement for executive leadership and such, how does Success Tracks work in that scenario?
So CX Cloud and Success Track makes it very simple, very intuitive, very contextual for IT teams to be able to pivot from reactive to proactive and predictive IT models to be able to get more value out of their investment faster.
Perfect. And Sarah, what else we got there?
Yeah, I want to take away from here.
Please.
So we can see here all of these tiles that show you the proactive approach. So the customer can see here all of his assets, and not only that, clicking on any asset here will give the customer this 360 view of the asset, so they can typically see everything they want to do. Things that they use the Excel sheets and repositories to know, they will see it here by click of a button. Even like if they want to see hardware end of life or something, just by click of a button, they have all of this and they can export it to CSV. Also, one of the cool things here are advisories, and this is something that all of the customers worry about because it's a tedious job. Now, with the click of a button, you will have it doing all the cross-checks for them and telling them which exactly assets are affected by the advisory versus other assets that are not or partially affected by that advisory. And just one final point I want to mention is that when we go to the predictive analysis, it's where we go for the insights, where you get predictions about what might happen in the network, like if there are assets that are likely to crash for one reason or another, because this is where the AI and the machine learning models run in the background to tell the customers which assets are more likely to crash.
Okay, you know what's jumping out at me here is the fact that you guys are really doing things in context. So in other words, I remember the days of just you get these long advisories, and I'm like, does it pertain? Does it pertain? I'm doing, I'm reordering it alphabetically in the hopes of maybe narrowing it down to what I need. You just eliminate all of this through this relationship. So I'm curious, it brings to mind the fact that whenever we take on new technologies as customers, there's an element of risk, right? So we're always looking to, how do I maximize my benefits but reduce my exposure? How are you guys helping customers reduce risk in this situation?
So in this case, it's always about removing roadblocks to adoption as well. So with CX Cloud, we're able to provide use case driven technology adoption journey. And this gives our customers a step-by-step guide and also checklist. And this, of course, is based on thousands of customer deployments as best practices in the industry. And anytime that they want help from our Cisco expert, from partner expert, they can access their expertise real time using CX Cloud.
Perfect. And Sarah, close us out. What's the best thing to understand about that?
Yeah, I'm just going to put some visualization for what Pat mentioned.
Love it.
So it is here in the adoption lifecycle where the customer will get to know what he needs to do to move forward to the next pit stop in this certain use case. And he will also get contextual learning that will tell him what are the recommended learnings for him to move to the next pit stop. And also, they will get access from here to all the learnings that are available to them, whether those are provided by experts from Cisco or also from their partners. So by click of a button, the customer can access the expert that can definitely help them with their adoption and remove those adoption blocks.
And again, it feels like when you're getting that expertise and that help, you're not having to start from the beginning. Tell me who you are. Did you reboot? Of course I did. We're past that. I need expertise. You guys are delivering it. You're using data to make it easier for all of us. Well, guys, be sure and check out everything at the CX booth. Definitely Success Tracks making the world easier for all of us. This is Rob, back to you in the studio.
Thanks, Rob, and we're going to keep talking about Success Tracks, and I'm joined by two wonderful guests. Kunrat is back with us, who is our Vice President of CX in North, and I have Mario as well who joined us. Gentlemen, welcome.
Thank you.
See you again. Kun and Mario, how are you?
I'm very well, thank you. Thanks
Awesome.
for the invite.
Great,
fabulous.
Fabulous, absolutely. We have been talking about Success Tracks a little bit, and I know that, Mario, you did a talk about that where you mentioned that network engineers these days, they want to deploy fast and they want to deploy error-free, but they're facing quite a lot of challenges. So we already heard previously what Success Tracks are, but what are the challenges that you see and how does Success Tracks help them to get away from these challenges?
Yeah, no, thank you for the question. And I think what Success Tracks brings to network engineers and services managers is exactly that. It's fast to deploy, it's a set of use cases that is contextualized to their environment and they can deploy step by step, and is supported by thousands and thousands of best practices that we have deployed with other customers at Cisco. So Success Tracks through CX Cloud is the combination of Cisco experts together with our partners and the insights and analytics that the CX Cloud provides, and all together it helps accelerate the value conversation to outcomes. So it basically helps translate what they have purchased from Cisco towards the value outcome that they're trying to get from the business.
So that's one part of the story, right? The other part, I'm going to come for you, Kun, right now, is we have network engineers, we have IT leaders. IT leaders also face challenges, right, about simplifying the operational part of it and so on. What can Success Tracks do for IT leaders?
So it's actually an interesting question, and let me point to a conversation I had this morning. A IT network operator who has a very large estate in a regulated industry. And he described his current process to keep his software versions in place. Very, very tedious, right? So Success Tracks, and particularly CX Cloud, provides that visibility on the full estate. Devices, software versions, insight, vulnerability, all of it in one. And every security framework will tell you that's the basis of it. In a regulated industry, compliance, is it covered by software? Is it covered by support contract? When are those expiring? Can I plan renewal? All of those come together. And we seem to talk again about AI, right? Success Tracks also in CX Cloud uses advanced machine learning and the configuration of your customers to present and propose a software version. It will automate and will present, okay, let's upgrade for this, which is absolutely crucial in today's security landscape of it. And as the next step, what it does, it will also detect where there's a potential crash. Based on machine learning, will prevent it, will suggest, will alert, and do an upgrade of this one. And in the unlikely event of a crash, right, it will detect it, it will automatically create a tag case, it will send the log files. Actually, the engineer is already working on it, and the solution for a problem is already underway. That's what it provides to IT operators.
I think throughout the conference here this week, the buzzword is AI, AI, AI. I don't know how many times I've said that word over the week already. Right? What do you think is going to come next in terms of success for SuccessTracks, Mario?
What's coming next is new technologies that we are onboarding. We just yesterday we announced 3 new technologies coming on board as part of SuccessTracks and CX Cloud. But not only that, we have level 1, and as soon as we include other technologies, we will also be adding SuccessTracks level 2, which comes with new features and functionalities to deliver more value to our customers.
Okay, and is there anything that you want to add to that, Koen?
Look, where AI really works and really brings value is massive amount of data, right? SuccessTracks is our digital platforms. It gives access to this data, so it's really up to our imagination, our use cases that are added value for our customers, what we can do with SuccessTracks. It's really the door to AI ops in the end. Automation, bring the data, one-stop visibility, preventing outages, software versions, recommendation, and it actually advances and enhances new digitization, new elements.
Yeah, because I think if I look back at the keynote yesterday, Oliver opened and he said, you know, it's not going to be perfect, but we're learning on the go by deploying these solutions, right? In terms of the future of SuccessTracks, outside of the AI landscape, are there any other enhancements that are coming up soon? Mario.
As I said, it's new technologies we're bringing on board to include all the analytics and insights that Koen was just mentioning before, and it's adding new value and new services on top of level 1 that we are offering today. The next big thing is going to be with partners, what we are developing together with the partners and SuccessTracks. I think that's going to be the next big thing.
Okay, and Oliver mentioned it as well, that partners are so important for us. Thank you so much, gentlemen, for being here. I think we're going to go over and throw it to Studio B right now, where Steve is actually going to be joined by Poppy, and we're going to talk a little bit more about Outshift. So Steve, we're going to head it over to you. Thank you.
Hello everyone, welcome back to the Cisco TV broadcast studio here at Cisco Live 2024. And I'm joined by Papi Manon. Papi is VP of Product Management at Outshift by Cisco. I love what Outshift does. I love what you're all about. How are you today, my friend?
I am doing very well, Steve. It's been a great show. There's a lot of exciting announcements and in this lovely city. So, you know, what's not to like? It's a great time.
And we even got sunshine today. I think we got it for about 2.5 hours, but we'll take it, right?
That's
all right, let's talk Outshift. We've already had fantastic conversations this week with GSM, with Shuba around Panoptica, and all of the different ways that Gen AI is adding even more power to the Panoptica product for our customers and all that benefit. We're also so excited about your announcement this week. Congratulations on Motific. Walk us through Outshift's latest advancements in Gen AI.
Before I do that, Steve, I would love to do that, but before that, I want to just reiterate once again what Outshift is, what we do, and set the context for that, right? So Outshift is Cisco's incubation engine, and our charter is to discover the next transformational business opportunity for Cisco by looking at the landscape of technologies that are out there, emerging technologies. And so as part of that, there are several areas that we're looking at. One is obviously cloud native security and the product that we have in that space, which is Panoptica and all the things that we're doing there. Obviously, generative AI has been this big transformational force in the whole industry, and we are looking very keenly at that as well. So when we at Outshift, when we look at these things, we bring a couple of different lenses to it. So specifically in the case of generative AI, we look at ways that we can leverage generative AI to advance, or how can we build products that advance the use of generative AI within the enterprise. So, right, that's one lens that we look at. And then, of course, we also look at how can we leverage generative AI to improve our own products, right? How can we make it more intuitive, easier to use, help our customers better, all of that. So we've been looking at it from both of those angles, and we've had exciting announcements this week on both of those fronts. Obviously, yesterday we had the big announcements, Motific, which is our product that we are announcing, which will advance the use of generative AI within the enterprise. It's going to help all of our customers deploy generative AI more quickly, more securely within their companies. One of the things that's happening with generative AI is all these companies are looking at generative AI and they realize its potential. It's a huge thing. But then they quickly get around to, how do I actually use this to in service of tangible business outcomes? What's the first problem that I need to attack? And the truth is nobody knows. Everyone's trying to figure this out. And so the name of the game really is experimentation and iteration, right? So companies want to be able to experiment as they try out new things. They want to build different business applications with generative AI and figure out what makes sense for them. So this is a secular trend that we've been seeing across all of the customers that we've been talking to. And what we, as Cisco and as Outship, what we have done is we've built a product that will help accelerate this journey that enterprises are on. So we don't know what will be the first app that you build that makes the most sense for you as a company. What we do know is there are a common set of problems that you will encounter as you go down that journey. And we've built a product, Motific, that will help accelerate that journey. So with all that preamble, what Motific does is it enables IT departments within enterprises to be able to quickly deploy generative AI apps, enable their developers to build generative AI apps in a way that's secure, that's compliant with the regulatory regime that they're in, and also manages costs. A lot of companies grapple with that. They want their developers to go out and do all these things, cool things with generative AI. But they worry, rightly so, about the costs of it, right? I mean, is this going to cost me a bundle? Well, it likely will if you don't put the adequate controls, right? So Motific allows you to get past that, right? It allows you to quickly and securely deploy a multitude of generative AI apps within the enterprise. So we're very excited about that. The early feedback from customers has been very, very positive. People can't wait to get hold of it, so we are very excited to put it out there.
I love it, I love it. Great initiatives and great forward thought and technology. What is so exciting about our AI assistant for Panoptica? What do you think makes it a differentiator in the marketplace today?
So that's a great question. So I talked about two different lenses, right? One was how we look at generative AI, how we can advance generative AI within the enterprise. The other lens that I mentioned was, how do we use generative AI to improve our products? And that's what we've been doing with this new feature that we've built that we call Rosie, which is a Cisco AI assistant for Panoptica. And what it does is, just to reiterate, Panoptica is our cloud-native security product. And the central thesis of Panoptica is your cloud-native security landscape, your cloud-native application lifecycle, securing the lifecycle of a cloud-native app is just a very complex it's just a complex, heterogeneous environment. And so the idea behind Panoptica is it allows you to prioritize the threats that matter. So the tagline for Panoptica is prioritize with precision. And what we are doing with the Cisco AI assistant for Panoptica, which we lovingly call it Rosie, is that it takes that whole idea of prioritizing the threats that matter and supercharges it with AI, right? So what it allows you to do is, it's not just another AI assistant. There is a bit of AI assistant fatigue going on right now. We know that every product is going to have a chatbot interface. AI is going to become the new interface for every product. And while that's great and all, you can talk to products now with a natural language interface like you're talking to a human being, but there's a certain, there's a certain fatigue that comes with it, because you ask it a question and then it gives you an answer which isn't quite the answer that you want, and then you ask it another question and then you rinse and repeat until you finally get to the answer that you eventually want, right? What Rosie does is it allows you to contextualize the answers and the responses that you get from AI within a bounded framework of the things that you're interested in. So like I said, it takes that whole contextualization and prioritizing the things that matter, prioritizing the threats that matter even further. So you can say that, hey Rosie, I want to talk about the vulnerabilities that matter to me in this attack path or in this part of my infrastructure. And you can literally draw a lens around your infrastructure that matters to you at that point. and you can have a conversation with AI based on just that context. So it's a very different take, it's a very innovative take on the whole AI chatbot experience. We are very proud of it, and that's what we are releasing with Panoptica.
That sounds really remarkable, and I need to get over to the Outshift booth so I can take a look and see a demo of this for myself and really put it into context. What we always hear from customers, of course, they're never satisfied. What's next, right? Where are we headed? What is the development going to look like? How can you create even more value for me down the road? How is Outshift going to do that? What can our customers get excited about in 2024?
Customers can rest assured that we will continue to innovate along those two kind of pillars that we spoke about. We are continuing to innovate on ways that we can advance the use of AI within the enterprise. So we have a couple of product ideas that we are always ideating at Outshift, yes. Right? We are an incubator. We are constantly have this ferment of ideas coming up from the very smart engineers and product managers on the team. We are continuing to look at new ways that we can design user experiences that are AI native, like Rosie. So we are continuing to innovate on that front as well. So we will continue to expand and push the frontier of AI use within the enterprise. So there are products that we are building on that front. And then, like I said, we are also going to be looking at ways that we can really embrace the way AI can improve the product experience. We truly believe that AI will become the new UI, but we don't want it to be in just another, follow the herd kind of way. We are looking at innovative new ways that we can make it a true AI first, an AI native experience for the user of the product. So we are continuing to ideate on that as well. So many more exciting announcements to come in the future.
And which brings me to an important point. People can follow Outshift, and I always recommend, if you're not already following Outshift, please make sure that you do that. How can they get in touch with us, the newsletter, and find out what Outshift is up to?
Yes, we obviously we have our website, outshift.com. You can go there and see all of the products that we are building. We are on Twitter, we are on YouTube, so you are at Outshift, or you can follow us on our YouTube channel as well. All of that is linked from our website, outshift.com. Please go there, take a look at that. All of the products that I mentioned, Panoptica, Motific, they're all linked from there. One robust product-led journey as well. So what that means is people can sign up for our products for free, kick the tires, try it out for themselves, which is a little different from the traditional Cisco stable of products. So with Outshift, all the products we make, you can go out there and try it for yourself. You don't have to call us and get a demo. You can certainly do that as well, but you can try it out for yourself, get a flavor for what the product does. So please go there, go to the website, try out the products, and let us know what you think.
That's perfect. Pepe, thank you so much for being here with us. We so appreciate you being on set. Congratulations to Outshift. We're really excited about everything that you're doing, and thank you for bringing this story to us here. Thanks to all of you as well for joining us here. We appreciate it. We'll see you back very soon.
Awesome, Steve. Thank you so much for that interview. It's always great to hear about Outshift by Cisco, but we're going to switch gears a little bit to my favorite topic, and that's collaboration. And I have a very special guest here with me, Anurag, who is our Senior Vice President and CTO of Cisco Collaboration. Anurag, how are you today?
Pretty good. Thank you for having me.
Absolutely, my pleasure. It's an honor. You've walked around. There is quite a lot of WebEx on the show floor as well, but how has the conference been for you so far?
So far, so good. I got a chance to meet with a number of customers and partners here, and of course, Cisco employees. It's been great. The energy is very palpable, and the whole show floor is buzzing, so I'm very happy to be here.
I love that. I like the energy. AI is the buzzword, right? We talked about it, opening keynote. If we think about generative AI, right, what does it basically mean for WebEx, right? What are the benefits to users, and how does it actually improve the system?
Right. So I think AI has been a buzzword, but I think this year AI is going to become real for people. And you will see a lot of cool stuff showing up in our products that will help you become more productive, but also fundamentally improve the experience for people. So, we are very focused on delivering a great experience with audio and video, and we are applying generative AI to take that one notch up. And also on the productivity side, with capabilities like the ability to summarize text, generate insights out of meetings, those are fundamentally going to change how people operate. And in fact, there's an innovation talk coming up very soon by Javed Khan. He's going to talk a little bit more about that, and he's going to show some demos as well. So I encourage everyone to tune in and watch that session.
I think we saw some really cool demos already during the opening keynote. And I think what I love the most is kind of that moment where we all get a package when we work from home,
right.
and you can just go away and it will recap the meeting for you.
Yeah.
And I think that's awesome. I think that's something I'm going to use quite a bit probably.
Absolutely.
If we shift a little bit and if we think about the landscape collaboration today, there are many vendors, and we had Snora there before, and he talked that it's important to connect with our partners because I think companies have 2 or 3 meeting platforms that they use, and basically Cisco is in the middle there that can do all of them.
Right.
But what is WebEx as an application? What makes it different compared to our competitors?
Yeah, so again, I'll talk about how AI is different, our approach to AI is different. So when you think about the industry over the last year or so, has been very enamored with tools like ChatGPT. So everyone's talking about what can you do with text and natural language-based interactions, and large language models, which is the underlying AI technology, is very good in terms of working with text. But when you think about how we communicate with each other, text is only a small part of how we communicate. emails, chat, maybe texting. LLMs are great, but what about all the audio and video? When I'm speaking to you, I'm very, very sort of, I talk with my hands. The gestures, the reactions, the tone of my voice, there's a lot of context that is outside of the text modality. And so our approach is that we want to capture all of that as well. So we've launched industry's very first real-time media models that extract context out of audio and video. And when you can combine that with large language models, then you can deliver amazing experiences. So that's how our approach is very different. We're solving unique problems for collaboration and productivity, but we're doing that by completely looking at the holistic approach.
I love that, the complete holistic approach. That's the main differentiator for WebEx. You mentioned as well that during your time at Cisco Live, you've met with customers, you've probably met with partners as well. What are you hearing from them? What are they excited about?
Yeah, so a lot of the capabilities that are going to become generally available this week, in fact, the AI capabilities, we've been in beta with many customers and partners for last couple of months, and we are overwhelmingly getting positive feedback. People are in fact starting to change the way they work. Now that you have meeting summaries available after a meeting, the ability to extract insights out of your conversations with people is really giving a productivity boost. And we are starting to now hear comments from our customers that it's starting to change the way they approach their workday. And in fact, I run a global team, and there is no way for me to be in all the meetings all the time, and I rely on these tools to catch up very, very quickly. And so I think it's going to fundamentally change this year, deliver value, and you'll see a real change in how people operate.
I think one of the features that I use quite a lot as well in my personal time at Cisco, because I work at Cisco as well, is just that kind of recommended messages on top, right? You come back, I think I have still now 35 pings to go, and just being able to click on that button and see the most important ones. And basically, that's also probably using AI to understand what is important, and it looks at my reporting line and all of these things. What is happening on the devices front? How are we incorporating AI there?
Yeah, so there is a lot of AI shipping already in our devices. For example, I'm sure you've experienced the awesome noise removal capability that we have that truly blocks out all noise, and everyone on the other side can only hear you and crystal clear voice from you. We also have capabilities like background replacement or background blurring. We have gesture recognition. So we've been shipping these things. So we have a little bit of track record here. What you can look forward to is what we call cinematic experience. And Snora probably touched upon this. When you think about the experience of people who are in the conference room versus those who are dialing remotely, they are not on equal footing. If you are remote and you're not in the room, you're getting like this today, the experience that you get like this one small video pane that might have 4 or 5 people in it, and you really can't tell how they're reacting to anything. So we are really going to apply AI now to expand that conference room viewpoint for everyone who's outside of it and deliver a movie-like experience where everyone gets a unique perspective of whatever is happening in the room. And so you feel like you're right there, and that distance disappears from you and your colleagues who are in a different location.
Yeah, so if you're at a conference, actually, make sure to check it out, because there is a WebEx cinematic experience here as well. What I want to touch upon as well is that there is a hologram demo I saw. What's that?
Yeah, so hologram is this idea that you want to feel like you're there, and we are able to do that with an amazing light field capture technology with multiple cameras, and so the capture device is amazing in the sense that it captures multiple angles of the person, creates a 3D image of that, transmits that over the network, and on the other side it feels like you and I are in the same place. And then if you wanted to collaborate around objects, for example, a design scenario where we want to design something that is a real object, that object can feel like it's right there, and we can both touch and feel and collaborate on that. So it's amazing technology that really takes it one step further up from flat 2D experience that people have been used to.
And that seems quite a business case, right? But also in the keynote yesterday, we've seen spatial computing.
Yes.
Apple Vision Pro, have you tried it?
I have tried it. Of course, my team.
I'm so jealous.
my team built the app, so we were fortunate enough to have access to that technology early on. It is amazing. Like Jeetu said, this is a transformational device, and I'm very excited about the possibility that it opens. And anyone who has access to Vision Pro, go and try out our WebEx app. You will be amazed at how great the experience is.
And how do you see spatial computing playing out in the next couple of months, years? Because I think the technology landscape is going faster than ever. And if we looked at WebEx last year versus now, there's just so much innovation.
Right.
And there is so much more to come, as G2 said as well. So, what's going to happen?
Yeah, so I think what Apple has done is really taken the wearable market one step further than what everybody else has been doing. And I think they've finally applied certain principles that make it usable in a real sense. And I think that is going to lower the barrier for people to adopt this technology. And then the ability to really mix the real world with the virtual world that the Apple Vision Pro opens up, I think that is going to be key for adoption. And with adoption comes all sorts of great experiences that we haven't even imagined in the past. So I'm very excited about the future. We are there on day one, and we'll continue to invest in that area.
I'm looking forward to seeing what that's going to bring, and basically maybe I might bump into you in one of our offices with one of those headsets on. So that's great. As you said, our collaboration portfolio I think is stronger than ever, and it's just amazing because I think I use it every day. You use it every day at Cisco, as do our many colleagues, and it's just great to see these new AI capabilities coming up, and how WebEx and collaboration can improve your employees' experience, especially AI. That's what Javed is going to talk about in Innovation Talk that is just going to come up. But before we go there, let's just remind you that we're still here for you. We still want to hear from you. This is Cisco Live Amsterdam 2024. Use the hashtag Cisco Live EMEA. It's quite funny. I see Rob Boyd's turning around in my screen, but use that hashtag Cisco Live EMEA to share what you think with us. Also, make sure to use the emojis. But now we're going to go to the Innovation Talk, so we'll see you soon.
Okay, thank you for joining me here, those joining here and those joining virtually. I'm going to talk to you about how we at Cisco, within the collaboration team, are reimagining employee experiences and the role of AI. Nowadays you can't do any presentation without talking about AI. In fact, if you don't mention the word AI, something's wrong with you. I've already mentioned it 5 times now. But you know what? We've been working with AI for a long time. With collaboration, we've taken a slightly different approach because we believe that AI is not just about language intelligence, which gained a lot of prominence the last year, right? Everybody's been talking about large language models and how it's going to change practically every role. But in addition to language intelligence, we believe that audio intelligence and video intelligence are equally important. Because when you collaborate, when you communicate, it's not just about the words you use. It's not just the text. It's your voice inflection. It's the video artifacts. When I say something and do this, it means something very different from saying the same thing and maybe doing this. So the approach we've taken within WebEx is to combine the power of large language models with video and audio intelligence, which, by the way, we've been working on for a decade. So some of the things we've already shipped, and many of you use these features. So transcription, translation. There was a large language model in use, right? You start to speak, it recognizes 80% of the words, but then quickly corrects itself. That's a large language model in action already in the product today. Audio intelligence, noise removal, that is intelligence that we've built to our product over the last few years. So you'll see us continue to incorporate not just large language models, but also audio and video intelligence. Now, the reason we did that was because we realized that text, large language models only capture that we can extract from email messages or spoken words, only make up some of what you're trying to communicate. And that is why we developed a real-time media model. So think of that as a large language model for audio and video. And in our products, we are integrating both those technologies. So it's going to allow us to capture additional insights that text alone cannot provide. And I'm going to show you a few examples of that. So let me set up a video that articulates one of these use cases. And it happens to all of us all the time. You're in a meeting, the doorbell rings, and you step away. Right. By the way, you have to remember to turn off the camera, mute the microphone, and then when you come back, you have to remember to undo those two things. Now, the real-time media model can capture some of what's going on in the meeting and can detect this, and it can react to that. So this video is about that particular use case when the doorbell rings and you step away and what happens when you come back. So let's go ahead and roll that video.
Your day moves fast, and interruptions go with the territory. With AI Assistant, you can get personal summaries of what you missed.
Okay, I'll review it all and send over the changes.
Missed the full meeting? Get video highlights, meeting recap, and action items. The AI Assistant keeps your day moving.
So that's the Cisco AI Assistant in a WebEx meeting. So let's double click into what just happened. So you had the person step away because they had some kind of a distraction. The audio and video intelligence detected that they had stepped away. It automatically blurred the background, muted the camera, and when that person came back, the language intelligence, which was capturing what was going on in the meeting, asked you, by the way, do you want to get caught up? And it gave you a quick summary. Right. By the way, when you end the meeting, you get the meeting summary and has summaries, and you can follow up with questions. So you're seeing audio intelligence, video intelligence, and the language intelligence at work. By the way, when you get the summary of the meeting, it will also capture some of those artifacts. So during this piece of the conversation, Javed had stepped away. Sometimes it's important to know that the person might not have been around when we were discussing an important topic. So that is one example of how we are combining intelligence into our products. And as we were building out our AI technologies, one of the things we realized that the codecs that are used to encode audio and video were actually somewhat dated. In fact, the audio codecs that most of the industry uses were built almost a decade ago. So we went back to the drawing board and built a whole new AI codec from the ground up, the WebEx AI codec. And the reason we did that was, number one, we realized that we could now pack with this new codec 10x, almost 10x more capacity into the same pipe. So now, under low bandwidth conditions or when you have extreme packet loss, we can still deliver extremely high fidelity audio without losing any fidelity in less than 1/10 of the bandwidth. It also saves you on storage costs because you can now save the same audio stream on storage using a lot less storage. So that's one of the underlying innovations that we've built into our product. This is going to start to roll out in our products over the course of 2024. Over the last couple of years, the other thing we realized was that as we were dealing with hybrid work, we communicate in so many different ways beyond just meetings. There's a lot of emphasis during COVID that was put on video meetings. But in reality, when we communicate, it's not just meetings, it's messages, it's calling, obviously, but there were other workloads. So we whiteboard sometimes. And then we also added support for events. So events like these, where there's a physical component and a virtual component. So we've built a whole slew of tools that we've put into the WebEx suite. The WebEx suite, so when you buy one of the workloads from us, you get all of these workloads. It's included in our enterprise license for all of your users. Now these workloads are built on the same WebEx platform. So the intelligence, the AI intelligence we've built, the security we've built are now available across all of these workloads. I showed you the assistant in that video and work in a meeting, but that same functionality is going to be available in messaging. It's going to be available in a regular phone call. So you could transcribe a phone call, you could capture a summary of the phone call, because all of these workloads are built on the same platform. So let me show you the AI assistant across the platform with a quick demo here. So I'm going to switch over to the WebEx app. So if you can bring that up. So this is the WebEx app that is the single tool for all of those workloads that I showed you on the previous slide. So from within the WebEx app, not only do we have messaging, but we've got meetings in the app, we've got calling, it's also your soft phone, and then we've also integrated third-party tools, actually Vidcast, which is the other workload included inside the WebEx suite. So what I'm going to do is switch over here to the meetings view, and by the way, if you're like me, your meetings calendar probably looks something like this. There's lots of meetings and you end up getting double booked. And so you have to pick one of the meetings to attend. But the assistant notices that, by the way, you missed a meeting. So this was a meeting I missed, and it sends me a summary of that meeting. And the assistant has also summarized that meeting for me. So in this case, the meeting notes is a quick summary of what happened in that 1 hour meeting. So I don't need to necessarily read through the entire transcript. But more importantly, actually, there's action items at the bottom. So there's one action item assigned to me, which always happens to be about budgets. But what we've also done is we've built the ability for the assistant to provide a highlight reel of that summary. So some of us are visual. Instead of reading through that summary, you can listen through that 57-second summary of the entire 1 hour meeting and quickly get caught up. So not only is it a text summary, but it's a video summary, like a movie trailer of the entire meeting. Now, sometimes you want to double-click and go into the details of what was being said. So you could also go in and look at the full recording. So this is the existing recording functionality for the entire meeting. It has the full transcript. But you can jump to a particular section, or you can also jump to chapters. So the assistant is also breaking up the meeting based on the topics that were discussed automatically into different chapters, so that you could go to a specific chapter that might be interesting to you. So that is the AI assistant in the context of meetings. So let's go back and look at the messaging functionality. The same AI assistant is also integrated into our messaging application. And in here, if you can see this is the spaces that I've been added to. And again, if you're like me, I step away from my desk, I come back after a couple of hours, and I've got hundreds of spaces that I haven't read. And getting caught up often is extremely painful, not just because you have so many spaces, but you have to look through who said what, and sometimes you get distracted, and before you know it, you've lost your way. Now, this is where the AI assistant can help. So in this particular case, we're going to go into this space, and the assistant can help you summarize all the unread messages, or it can summarize the entire space for you. So you can see what the assistant did here was it looked through the messages that I had not read and summarizes it. It is aware of the kinds of things I'm interested in, so based on that, it's customizing that summary for me. And it can also help you respond. So in this case, let's say I want to quickly respond to the space now that I'm caught up. I'm in a hurry, I typed things up, and not only are there spelling mistakes, but it probably doesn't sound very good. So I can again ask the assistant to maybe suggest some alternative ways of saying the same thing. We've added the ability to shorten the message, make it longer, but you can also pick the tone or formality, and based on that, have the assistant give you a different version of this message. So you're going to go ahead and do that, and go ahead and send that out. So that is, that's much better than what the original text was, and that sounds much better. I think we've found that people feel that this. At least in my case, it makes me come across as a nicer person than you really might be, right? So that's the assistant inside the messaging application. I'm going to switch back to the slides here. So how can you experience the Cisco AI Assistant? The Cisco AI Assistant, because it's built into the platform, if we can switch back to the slides, please. Cisco AI Assistant is going to be an integral part of the entire WebEx platform, which means it's going to show up in every workload. And not only will it be in the WebEx suite, so I showed you some of those use cases, but it's also going to be in our devices. The audio and video intelligence is allowing us to deliver some amazing experiences that I'll talk about. But it'll also be a part of our contact center. So think inside the contact center where somebody is called in, you want a quick summary of that agent interaction, but you also want things like noise cancellation. You want to capture sentiment of the customer. The customer is unhappy. They had an elevated voice. So the same AI functionality is going to allow us to deliver a better WebEx contact center experience, and also Control Hub, which is our management console. So let me switch gears and talk about our workspaces and devices. Some interesting metrics, numbers that came back from a recent survey that we did in EMEA. So these are numbers specific to EMEA, and we had some very interesting findings. So we found out, so this is what our customers are telling us, that 79% of employers we found were mandating a return to office. And when we surveyed employees, and this surprised us, especially here in EMEA, 74% of employees are positive about returning to work. That sounded a little counter, but that's what employees are telling us. But more importantly, only 37% of them felt that the office was prepared for hybrid work. So while employees and employers want to get back to the office, might not be for 5 days, for certain use cases, they feel like the industry, that the companies are not ready. And why is that? I think that is because we feel video enabled requires more than just a camera and a monitor, right? Just sticking a camera or a monitor doesn't allow you to deliver the experiences that employees are expecting, because when employees are coming back into the office, they're coming back not to be more productive, but to collaborate with others. And by the way, they expect that they can pull in people who might not be in the office. And that is why our North Star, as we build out our workspaces and devices, is a concept we are calling distance zero. The experience in the office should be like being there. And actually, we experience this at Cisco. We've got our devices deployed. Most of us have a Desk Pro at our homes. Oftentimes, we meet people and we don't realize that we've never met in person because of the experiences our devices are able to deliver. And that's the guiding principle we've used as we've redesigned our hardware portfolio. So this is our entire hardware portfolio. We've got room series devices for those of you who already have a television screen or a monitor. You can use those devices. We've got the board series, which is also a whiteboard, so it's a digital whiteboard, and then desk devices. Jeetu mentioned this at the keynote yesterday. We made the decision to actually put NVIDIA chips into our devices a few years ago, which means we are now able to use those chips to actually do the AI inside the device. And that allows us to deliver some amazing AI experiences. I'll touch upon a couple of those. But the other thing we've done is these devices work with the Microsoft, the Zoom, and the Google ecosystem. So that means you get all that benefit even if you are joining a meeting on a competing platform. So what are some of those AI experiences? I'll touch upon a couple of these. You might know that things like head detection and people counting, so we are able to adjust the view and the frame based on the number of people, where people might be sitting. More recently, we've added things like frames and camera intelligence, so when there are multiple people in the room, instead of sending one box with 4 people, we can actually send 4 streams. That allows you to follow along when you're remote. Meeting zones, this is one of my favorite functionalities. We noticed that people were asking for video conferencing in open spaces, which tend to be noisy with a lot of distractions. What meeting zones lets you do is it lets you draw a square in these open spaces where there might be a video conferencing unit, and anything outside that box now gets left out. So that way you're not getting distracted. So all of this is AI at work inside our devices, leveraging that NVIDIA chip that we have in those devices. So I know many of you are going to say, okay, that's great, Javed, we love these things, but how do I manage all of this? And this is where we've built, I think, the world's best management console, the Control Hub. It's the single place to manage not just users and provisioning and licenses, but you can manage the devices, you can manage every meeting, you can look at the quality of meetings, and also now WebEx Contact Center. And The same control hub is also integrated into the rest of the Cisco ecosystem. So it can pull insights from Thousand Eyes, it can pull insights from Meraki, and has additional analytics like utilization. So you can now be able to, when you, let's say you have a problem with a particular meeting, and you get called in to debug it, not only can you tell what was going on the endpoint or the WebEx device, you can now connect the dots using Thousand Eyes and Meraki and actually trace the problem, whether that's on your local network or potentially within your service provider. So we are the only vendor that has this complete end-to-end view of not just every meeting, but every phone call. This is all integrated into Control Hub. And guess what? You're going to have the assistant in the Control Hub as well. You can see a quick screenshot of what that might look like. In this particular case, you're seeing that you can have using large language models, we've integrated the ability to have a conversation instead of looking through pages trying to find a particular setting. And it's going to be able to parse that data and potentially help you find solutions to problems much, much faster. So the AI assistant will also be a part of the Control Hub. So that's a quick view of how we are using AI to reimagine work. What I thought we'd do next is spend the rest of the time talking to one of our customers who's not only a user of WebEx, but they've actually experienced some of these AI features. So I'm going to invite Sebastian from Deutsche Telekom to come talk to us about it. Sebastian. Hi. Thank you for joining us. So, tell us firstly a little bit about your role at Deutsche Telekom.
So, I'm a solution architect for WebEx solutions at Deutsche Telekom. Our department is serving internal and external customers.
Yeah.
And we are using as Deutsche Telekom WebEx as our main communication tool. That means we are using WebEx messaging, WebEx meetings, WebEx calling dedicated instance. Some parts are still UCM on-prem and contact center enterprise.
So let's go back to the start of COVID, right? I think whenever I say that to anybody in IT, there's this smile that shows up on their face. So let's tell us a little bit about how that was for you and how you've adapted to that. Yeah.
So I would start a little bit early. So when I started 20 years ago at Deutsche Telekom, I had on my first day a laptop, a VPN client, and a Cisco 7960 phone on my desk. Over the time, we added Meeting Place and Jabber to have soft phone capabilities to work fully remote. We were happy that we started very early, I think around 2018, with the evaluation of Cisco Spark, WebEx app, and WebEx Meeting, the cloud service, because we were ready to migrate exactly shortly before COVID. Then we migrated all our workloads in 4 weeks from on-prem to the cloud, and then I think I would say the magic happened. WebEx emails changed to WebEx messages and spaces. Phone calls changed to WebEx meetings, and our platform became from one day to the next day really mission critical for us because we are a telecommunications service provider. We have to run our networks from every place that our customers can run their business.
Yeah. That's great to hear. It looks like you had a head start because of the work you had done before COVID. So.
We had luck.
Yeah. So how does hybrid look for you today at Deutsche Telekom? Yeah.
So I think today we are still using the service heavily. Just to say some numbers, during peak COVID, we had per day approximately 1.7 million messages in WebEx spaces. We had around, in the peak year, we had 2.2 billion WebEx participant minutes in WebEx meetings. And the adoption of all the devices is just still growing because everybody wants to have a Desk Pro and all those features.
Yeah. Okay. So I talked about AI, right? AI, we believe, is going to be a pervasive part of collaboration and our platform. Have you used some of those features, and what do you think?
So for me, is AI not only the new features. I love noise removal. I'm a person who's walking regularly around, and all those noise filtering is amazing for me. And the benefit of that all is it's intuitively integrated into the client. And the same is happening for me with the new AI features like space summaries. So I love that feature because it really helps me to make my work easier because I just click on a space, get the summary what happens, and then I can decide what I want to make. If I want to read all the messages or just stay and go to the next space.
Yeah. Yeah, I love that feature too. I think one of the features that I couldn't show, didn't get a chance to show is, and it's in beta right now, is I get added to spaces and I don't quite know why. And you can actually ask the AI assistant, why do you think I got added to the space? And it does a pretty good job of trying to interpret that, yeah. And for those of you who are looking to try these out, most of these features are either in beta or available in the product. We're also happy to get you enrolled in the beta. I think one of the things that we've learned is that ultimately AI has to be transparent and seamless behind the scenes, making your job easier. Otherwise, it's not going to get adopted. How do you think AI is going to change things at Deutsche Telekom?
I think for me it's important, or for Deutsche Telekom in general, it's important that all those features are really intuitive to be used, because it has to be integrated deeply into the client and be easy to use. If people need a cheat sheet to use the AI, something is broken for me, because the natural flow of working together is just broken, and that is blocking normally the energy. We saw it during COVID, what is possible when everything is flowing, because then amazing things can happen. And that is for me the most important thing, that it's easy to use. That people, if something is not working, they recognize directly, because they are so loving the feature and using it actively.
Yeah. Yeah, so speaking of WebEx features, I'm sure you've got a favorite feature, or maybe a feature request for my engineering leader who's listening in.
What I would request, we are Germany, data privacy, very data privacy focused space, meeting summaries without recordings.
Meeting summaries, I think that one's coming, right, Anurag? That's right, yeah. I think Sebastian is referring to today, the demo that you saw was in the context of a recording, but you ideally want that on all the time. And the Be Right Back functionality that I showed you is an example of that. So I think we've got you covered there. So Sebastian, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you for having me.
Thank you for your feedback.
Thank you.
Okay, so what you saw today was AI is going to be a pervasive part of all things WebEx. We will combine audio intelligence, video intelligence, and large language models in the platform. So whether you're using one workload from us, whether it's just calling or meetings or messaging, you'll get the benefits of the AI that we've integrated into that platform. We've also taken security and manageability very seriously with that platform, so you'll be able to secure those workloads, and all of this will be delivered via a single panel, the control hub. So hopefully this gave you a quick overview of how we are approaching AI, and thank you so much for joining us today.
And welcome back to the Cisco Broadcast TV studio. We are so glad to have you with us on the live stream, coming to you from the RAI in Amsterdam. We've had an amazing Cisco Live 2024 so far. I hope you've been tuning in to all of the phenomenal content that we have been bringing your way. If you have missed anything, not a problem at all. We've got it all ready, and we've got it all hosted for you. Whenever you'd like to go take a look, all you have to do is head for CiscoLive.com. You'll find all of the sessions, the innovation talks, keynotes, of course, all of the interviews with great executives, and all of the fantastic demos as well. We have just come out of a fantastic innovation talk with Javed Khan and Sebastian Lusser on reimagining customer and employee experiences using AI. We've heard all of these promises around AI for so long. Yes, great experiences, but a lot of risk as well. And this is a lot of what we heard there in the innovation talk. We're creating these amazing experiences that help us to reimagine work and the workspace and customer experiences as well. It is a new era of hybrid work today. Collaboration technology is so mission critical to your organization, to all of our organizations. It's how we keep people productive. It's how we keep people collaborative. It is the future. You don't want to fear it. You want to embrace it and everything it can make possible. We can work effectively from anywhere utilizing AI. AI is a game changer for the entire industry. We are so grateful to Sebastian and Javed for bringing us that great story. And right now, we're going to head out into the world of solutions where Rob Boyd is hanging out to talk about AI for WebEx. Hello, my friend.
Hey, how you doing, Steve? Yes, we're talking about AI for WebEx, and specifically I want to get into some details. We had Mags here before. Mags, we talked about different ways AI was making its way into WebEx, and you were giving me some specific instructions around WebEx Spaces, where we typically deal with a lot more text, and so we can do a lot more things with it, but what is it about Spaces that's important to understand for AI, and what are you going to show us?
So what I'm going to show is how the AI assistant is going to help us just catch up on what you've missed while you've been away for a portion of time, okay? So you and I have been at the show for a few days, the messages are backing up, right? Wouldn't it be great if you had an assistant that would just help you catch up quickly? Okay, like when I come back from vacation or after a weekend, or even just like being away for a few hours, the utility that I get from this feature is just unbelievable in terms of time saving. So I'm just going to demo some of that for you today. Okay?
All right, we'll go ahead and turn around and do that. I'll narrate a little bit while we'll come around here. Yep, okay, we'll do it that way.
Some of my unread spaces, so you can see the messages are building up. I'm going to come in here into Project Firefly, okay? So this is a project that I'm actually running, and there's been a lot of activity in here since I've been at the show. But now what you'll see is I have my AI assistant here, and I'm just going to get my assistant to summarize the messages for me so I don't have to read them all, okay? Now, you will definitely have seen the summarization in meetings and across the portfolio, but we're bringing this to messaging as well, and this is going to be available this month. So here we can just see a really short snippet of what's been going on while I'm at the show, and then I'm just going to keep going, right? So actually, let's see what people are talking about in the book club. I need a book for the plane on the way home, so I'm going to summarize this and see if there's anything of interest to me. Oh my God, horror, no way. So nothing of horror, okay, instead, maybe I'll need something that I can download on Netflix instead or something like that. So I'm going to summarize this space as well. Now, the one thing you might notice about this one is that the conversation is all in Spanish. So the summarization is actually done in Spanish as well. Of course, we support languages other than English for some of these AI capabilities also. But my Spanish is actually not very good at all. So one of the other things that we've launched today, and it's going to be available very soon for our users, it's in trials right now, is the ability to translate messages. So in my settings, I've actually set that English is my preferred language. So I'm going to enable translation. And then here you go. Everything translated from Spanish, so I can actually see what's here, what am I going to think about downloading for the plane home. So, like, I hope you can see from this just how quickly it was to go through all the spaces, summarize them and catch up. We have it in meetings as well, right? So I'm just going to flip over. I've also been missing meetings while I've been here. So this is a meeting that happened. Quite a short meeting, only about 15 minutes. But that has been summarized into 2 paragraphs and 3 action items. I maintain that I consumed this in 90 seconds.
Well, this is funny, because so I depend heavily on transcriptions, especially as a person who's always trying to ramp up my knowledge really quickly. I'm interviewing and pre-interviewing a lot of people sometimes, and I'm using WebEx to do that. And it's the transcriptions, and especially now the ability to bulletize and use AI to kind of lay that out for me, that's a game changer. Because I just need to nail it down, because usually there's, 10, 15 minutes of niceties up top, then you start getting into the meat, and then there's some action items, and invariably, even if I'm in the meeting, I tend to use this a lot, because I like to come back to it and pick up the inflection that I may have missed previously or something else because I was focused on communicating at that standpoint. Do you have any personal ways in which you're starting to use WebEx to kind of, with your own workflows?
Absolutely. So one of the things that I love about the meeting summaries is that a lot of the meetings that I'm in, the agenda is actually quite varied, right? I do live in Ireland. A lot of meetings that are carried out might not necessarily be in my time zone, so I rely a lot on recordings and catching up. So these automatic chapter generation is just a game changer. For example, this is a meeting talking about the setup of this booth. One of the features that I'm really passionate about and work on is translations, and you'll notice that there's a chapter here on translations. I'm going straight to that chapter. I want to see if what they're showing is what we want to show, and if it is showing all the great features and capabilities of translations. So I've actually cut down, I'm only watching 20% of the meeting back. So between the summaries and just actually watching the chapters, it's absolutely wonderful. Just such a game changer. And then obviously, just using the summarization capabilities in the spaces as well is real time saver.
Well, one thing I've done quite a few times is I will do the summarization, enter the bullet points, and for quite a while I've gone back, and even in beta when we're playing with this stuff, and I'll go back and I'll compare. I go, do I agree with how they summarize this? Because it takes a while for me to build trust in it, but then we're getting that quickly now, and so we're turning around and it's becoming very useful for us. Mags, thank you so much. Appreciate your time, guys. If you get a chance, stop by the WebEx booth, Rented Lips. got to check on the battery supply. Be sure and stop by. Mags, anyone here will be happy to help you. A lot of great stuff. Thank you so much. Back to you in the studio.
Yeah, 3:30 in the afternoon, Rob. Mr. Tongue, Mr. Lips, and Mr. Brain don't seem to want to cooperate with each other. I think that's sort of the nature of the beast. Well done, really appreciate it. Thanks so much to Mags for walking us through that fantastic demo, really appreciated. All right, as promised, very excited to have Javed Khan with me here in the studio. Hello, my friend.
Thank you for having me.
How's the show been so far? You're in constant demand. How did you find time to come in here and talk with me?
It's been fantastic, actually, yeah, but I couldn't miss this one. This is the fun part.
You
right?
knew I was here. Like
Yes,
Steve's waiting for me.
This is fun, though. Yeah.
Exactly, and we like doing this.
Yep.
This is fun, and we get to reach out to everybody who's viewing from around the world as well. Javed, in this session, by the way, well done. You talked about a hybrid work study for EMEA during that session. What are some of the most interesting takeaways for you?
I think the thing that surprised us the most was, there were two metrics actually. So one was the number of employers mandating or asking employees to get back to work. That was a little higher in EMEA than other regions. But more importantly, we found that about the same number of employees actually wanted to get back into the office. That's not the case in all the other geographies.
No, not at all.
So that was a surprise, but they were all still equally tentative because they were worried that the office is not ready for them. And that's because, when you do if you think about the office before COVID, there is a natural apprehension that, oh my God, if that's the office I'm going back to, how is hybrid going to work? So while employees want to get back in the office, they think that the campus is not ready. So that was a very interesting finding, and that is why we've been working on completely redoing our hardware portfolio.
And all the way around the world, I mean, we hear about it again and again, that the idea of going back to the office being an attract, right? I mean,
Yes.
I'm not going to say it the way everybody else always says it. It's become too pat. But yeah, we don't want it to be the mandate. But we're rethinking the nature of the office. Why do you think here in EMEA, people are more eager to get back than in other parts of the world? Do you know why that is?
I think there is a aspect of, I think each country and geography has their own nuances. I think specifically in EMEA, what we were hearing was that it wasn't so much that you'd be more productive, but it was more to do with collaborating with other employees. And that, I think, when most of us were remote, or we have a mix of remote and in-person, is not as effective. So that was one of the primary reasons why employees wanted to get back in the office. Now our technology has to change to allow for that, because even when 80%, 90% of you might be back in the office, there's always going to be some people remote. In fact, one of the data points that we've seen from our meetings is that 98% of meetings will still have a remote participant. And that is where the nervousness that I talked about earlier is coming from. Employees are wondering, if they were to get back in the office, what happens if I have to bring somebody in remote, or I want to whiteboard with somebody who's remote? So technology and workspaces have to evolve for that, because people are going to come back to collaborate, have that informal interaction. That's a little harder when we are all remote.
Absolutely, and I think that's why we've been hearing, especially in the keynote yesterday, for example, we've got to bring AI up to the current standard of creating success, creating outcomes for people, and what is part of that? Security and reliability. If we do want to create those remote engagements, we've got to make sure that they're connected at all times and ready to go for us when we click that button, right? Yes. Let's talk about the customer. We have to keep reminding ourselves, everything we do is customer focused. We are a people first company. How do we help our customers with their hybrid work challenges?
Yeah, so I think everything we do here inside the collaboration unit is actually about that end user, making sure we make their jobs easier. So everything we build has to be focused on that. I think some of the things we've realized is that even with things like AI, every feature, every new workload we've added to the WebEx suite has to be seamless. If it gets in the way of you doing your work, people are not going to use it. So that's why with the WebEx suite, what we realized was that, for example, during COVID, it was a lot about meetings. But we interact we communicate in so many different ways, right? Sometimes it's just a good old-fashioned phone call.
Sure.
Sometimes you want to record a video and send it out to your team. So that's why we've been adding new tools into the suite so that people can communicate in various different ways. And that's really what drives what we are building. Same thing with AI. If AI gets in the way of doing things, people are not going to use those features. It has to be seamless behind the scenes, making your job easier. And that's the fundamental design principle that we've applied to everything we've built in the last few years and going forward with AI.
And this is the storytelling part of it as well, as everybody fears what AI might do. It's going to take my job. No. Will it take some jobs? It is going to take some jobs, but will it leave us in a better place eventually? That's usually what technology tends to do. We have found that technology that doesn't achieve that goal, what does it do? It falls by the wayside after a certain period of time because we realize it's not worth any further investment of either our time, our money, or any of our energies, right?
Yes. I think one of the, I heard somebody quote this, I don't want to, I can't remember who it was, but they said a developer who is using AI is going to be more productive than one who's not using AI. And that, I think, applies to every profession, right? Somebody who's using AI to be more productive is going to be more productive than somebody who isn't. And that best answers the question, the concern around AI, is it going to impact my job, is it going to take my job away? You know, if you're not using AI in your job, the chances are somebody else who is going to be more productive than you are.
That's right, that's exactly right. Let's talk a little bit here about the elephant in the room, right? So we talked about generative AI, and we had a great conversation yesterday about with Agnarak about what's going on in Gen AI. How is this collaboration with AI leading customers to more successful outcomes? We just touched on it there. Let's expand a little further on that.
Yeah, so I think I demoed some of these features earlier. I think AI is going to make us more productive. So if I were to miss a meeting, I don't have to sit through an hour-long recording of the meeting. AI can summarize that for me. Sometimes I go into a meeting and you know, I've met that person a few times before. AI can help me prepare for that meeting better. So we believe that AI is going to make you a lot more productive, a lot more effective. And the other approach we've taken is it's not just about the language intelligence, large language models that everybody's talking about, but it's as much about audio and video. So imagine an agent interaction inside a contact center. AI will help you maybe predict better that this customer is getting anxious or is unhappy and get them answers faster. Or maybe you can route that agent to a better, route that customer to a better agent who can solve that problem better. So I think you'll see AI in all aspects of collaboration, on all aspects of our job, allow us to get more productive and more effective. And those are really the use cases you'll see light up across the Webex suite. Yeah.
I love that. We can really support people in this. We can create a sense of optimism. It's the way we talk about it and the way we show people what it can do for us. Javed, you are always in constant demand here at the show. People are pulling you this way and that. I am so grateful that you found an opportunity to join us here in the Cisco TV studio.
Yep. Thank you for having me.
Always a pleasure. Our very own Nish Parker had an opportunity to sit down with the president of EMEA, Oliver Tuzik, for a one-on-one chat. Let's join their conversation right now.
Hey everyone, we're here at Cisco Live 2024 Amsterdam. I'm super excited to be here in the studio because I'm joined by Oliver Tuzik, who is our EMEA president. Oliver, how are you doing today?
It's amazing. I'm loving what is happening and great to be here with you again.
Great, thank you. Now, you started out the week amazingly with a great keynote. You're here back in the region, and this is your first time hosting this event as our EMEA president. What does it feel like to be here this year as the host of Cisco Live EMEA?
It's just great. It's just simply great. It's so good to be back in the own region, and then this flagship event full of customers, partners, I just love it.
Me too, me too. When we're here at the studio, we get to walk around, we get to meet everybody, have amazing guests like you here behind the scenes for all of our customers and our partners at home. So what have you enjoyed most about Cisco Live EMEA so far?
Oh, that would take half an hour. So it starts with the energy.
Yes.
There's so much positive momentum, so much energy. And talking to the people, I love to talk to the tech guys. There's so many super committed people within customers, partners, and in Cisco that are driving this, because this is about technology, it's about innovation. And when you see how we bring together the entire portfolio and how customers tell us, my number favorite one comment from a customer,
yes.
He said, I'm addicted to Cisco technology.
Yes, we love to hear that.
That was great.
That. For sure, there are so many tech enthusiasts here. We can see that at the show through the guests, the customers, the partners that we have here. And so for those that might have missed the keynote at the start, I know it's available online. I'm not going to put you on the spot to recite it again. We don't have you don't have 13,000 people in the room, but could you give a quick summary? What did you talk about, and what is really top of mind for our customers here? What are you hearing, and what are you discussing with customers?
Okay, what I was talking about is mainly about how technology changing our life.
Right.
And that as we are in the tech industry, we are the one that can make this world a better place. That sounds big, but just look at what is happening in the world. There's nothing happening without technology. And we, on the Cisco side, we have the best portfolio ever. That was my key message. And then I added something about being more optimistic, being more positive. Because right now, I think, especially this region, there's certain groups that tend to say, oh, we're behind, we're not fast enough, look at where we stand. And I just say, ignore what happened in the past, and let's look forward. And that's why I'm so happy also to be back again, because the opportunity is huge and we get everything we need.
Amazing. And obviously we have the rest of the week to come. We're just on day 2 of the broadcast here at Cisco Live. What are you most excited for? What's to come in the future?
There's tons of things coming up this week, and it's difficult to prioritize anything. Of course, it's the upcoming main stage speech. It's not a speech, it's a Q&A with the guy who brought Siri to Apple.
Oh, I'm really excited for that one, Oliver.
And it's moving the AI discussion on a different level. So that's what I'm personally looking for, because I had the time to talk with this guy, and he's amazing.
And I bet you're going to do an incredible job.
Oh, my part is smaller this time. The other good things is there's so many sessions, so many breakouts, and it's not only the sessions, it's kind of the interaction that we see between customers, partners, and our teams. And what I heard, what is the famous one for most of our tech experts, is the Whisper Suites.
Right.
Where we share in a very small room what's coming next, what's coming over the next 2 years, and they love it.
So that's another reason to come to Cisco Live in person, right? Be a part of the Whisper Suites.
Correct.
Now, you mentioned a word that we've been talking about a lot this week is AI. We've been talking about how to make it secure, how to make it scalable, how to make it ethical. But let's talk about sustainability as well. I know that's also one of the big customer priorities that we're hearing from customers. What does sustainability mean, and how does that kind of connect in with AI?
So, that's a good one. So, first of all, sustainability has become standard. It's part of every deal we're talking about. It's part of every customer discussion. But to be very honest, it becomes really crisp and turns to real activities as soon as we move to energy cost. As soon as we start to think about how can we fund the investments in all of this one. And that gets me also the link to AI. Because to be very clear, if AI is becoming real, and it looks like it will happen pretty soon, the energy problem will be even bigger, because the energy capacity we need with AI, with these big farms that we're building, will be huge. So we need to double down, we need to triple the speed on sustainability to be ready to build the future of AI.
Have you seen over in the sustainability zone, there's a build a bike, so you can actually get hands-on as well and actually be part. I know sustainability is a massive part of this event.
But that's, I've been there, I talked to the guys, because when I was a young man, I was collecting trash bikes all around the street to build up my own bikes and sell them.
Wow.
So when I saw them there, I was kind of, oh, let's do this.
You want to be the tutor, you want to show all the attendees how to build it, right?
It's good for the sustainability, but it gives also young people the chance to build something with their own hands.
Yes.
We're living in this virtual world and we love it, but to be honest, people still need to do something that they can see, that they can touch, and I think it's an amazing project they're doing.
Awesome. Oliver, I wish we had more time, so I'm just going to ask you a couple more questions and then we'll let you get on back to Cisco Live and enjoy everything that's on offer.
Wonderful.
Now, in your previous role, you were the partner leader. So how are you going to bring that focus in service of our customers here in the region in EMEA?
So the partners are part of our DNA, part of my DNA. And it's pretty clear that we will only be successful together with our partners. So nothing will change on my side. And as I was sitting with Rodney on a panel, I made it very clear, my role shifts a bit. I'm no longer the guy who's driving the strategy, building the programs and investing into new things. I'm the guy who's executing. So partners will see me being even closer in the daily business with them. Nothing will change.
That. Right, last question. The theme of this year is Let's Go.
Yeah.
What does that mean to you, Oliver?
Let's Go is perfect, because especially in EMEA, I must admit, we still tend to think about what is happening in the past, what we could have done better. But I think it's the wrong time to look into the past. It's the wrong time to rest and wait. Maybe the AI wave will not happen, or sustainable will sort out on its own. No, that's wrong. It's all about action. It's about going, moving on. Standing still is the wrong thing.
That's not an option for any of our customers, partners, and certainly not for Cisco with all the innovation we have, right? Absolutely. Oliver, thank you so much for joining me here in the studio. Enjoy the rest of the week, and we'll see you very soon.
I just love that Oliver is so focused on driving strategies that deliver on customers' technology and sustainability transformation requirements. He is such a great advocate and a great champion for any Cisco user who is looking to close that digital divide. Thanks so much, Oliver, for the time. Great job, Nisha. As always, I'm really glad that we had an opportunity to get Oliver here into the studio before things get completely chaotic. Everybody wants a little piece of Oliver Tuzik, and I'm glad that we got him here in the studio today. Right now, we're going to have a little bit of fun. We're going to go out to Rob, who I think is ready for a bike ride out of the sustainability zone. Is that what I'm seeing, my friend?
Well, I wouldn't say I'm going to go for a bike ride. Most of these bikes actually need a little bit more work done on them, but I've been hanging out here with Martin learning about this program. I'm not sure how much we've talked about it on the show, but actually, Steve, if you can hang out for just a second, I know we've got a few minutes to play with here, and I thought we could slow it down and talk just a little bit about perspective and AI and everything that we've been facing here. You and I, we do a lot of presenting. We work with a lot of people who are presenting technology, and they're trying to keep up and be more effective. I'm curious about your take on AI from a personal perspective and how you're kind of casting it in your head as far as what's the importance in a career, and what do you think as we all look to develop our communication skills, how should we be accepting or looking at this new technology?
We talked just a little bit about this with Javed Khan a moment ago before I sent it over to you. We are at an inflection point right now. We're at a tipping point with AI. So it is the talk of this particular event, right? Everybody is talking about what AI can do for us, where the opportunities are, but we have to acknowledge the fact that it still brings with it a great deal of fear. It's a relatively new concept to most of the people around the world. Now for us, here at Cisco, we've got more than 10 years in AI. We've been thinking about it for such a long time, Rob, but that doesn't mean that everybody has. And I always say one of the barriers to good communication is expertise. When we know a lot about things, we assume that everybody else knows a lot about them and thinks about them 24/7, 365 like we do. That's not the case. So bringing the story to people about what AI can do for their organizations in support of their people, trying to alleviate the fear. This is going to be a long-term play, right, Rob?
Let me run something past you, though, because I think one of the things we hear people talk a lot about, I'm scared AI's taking a job or something else, and they're wondering what to do. And obviously things are changing fast, and it does require a little bit of work. And but I think there's going to be a refocus on people more, because I think AI actually is going to help us appreciate how much we need personal perspective and angles on certain things, because it's a tool set used appropriately that's going to help us be more of ourselves, so to speak. I think there's opportunity there.
I think that's a great point, Rob. Let's kind of take it back. When we were in the 1950s, 1960s, 1970s, everything was the robots are going to come, they're going to take our jobs. Nobody's going to be left. The robots are going to kill us and they're going to take us out, right? Yeah, I was actually born by then. But the reality is here we are. It's 2024. The robots have not taken over. The robots support what it is that human beings do.
Right.
Like human will always think creatively and differently, right? Now, let's bring it all up to modern times at this particular stage. It's a relatively new concept for most people. The fear is still the overwhelming part, the fear of the unknown, but we are already seeing indications that humans will leverage AI. AI is not going to leverage humans, but it takes a shift in thinking, Rob.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And I think there's been a little bit of an over-rotation, because there's when a lot of people are suddenly thrust into the technology conversation because AI is so ever prevalent. But then there's an over-rotation where you think, oh, it's all about text, and it's all about these large language models. And you go, well, no, that's not really AI, and you're maybe going to miss out on how this can be a benefit to you if you only think about it in those terms. Would you agree?
I would absolutely agree, Rob, and I'll turn the question back over to you.
All right.
Whenever we take a look at any technology, we always have to start with the concept that that particular technology has been created for a benefit, for a purpose. It came about based on demand, right? Necessity is the mother of invention. As I was just saying with Javed a moment ago, what happens when a technology proves unuseful or unbeneficial? It dies. We don't take the time to keep up with it. We don't put in the intellectual energy. We don't put in the financial financial investment. So the minute we see AI is not benefiting us, bye-bye, away it goes, right, Rob? And I think you've been seeing this as well. Where is it going to really apply and where is it not? What have you seen out in the WAS?
Well, and I think also one of the most important things about the way Cisco's approaching this versus maybe how some others are is we've seen the AI-ification of so many things where it's actually just an API to ChatGPT or something like this slapped onto a product. That's not what I see happening here at Cisco. I see a very pragmatic viewpoint as we go into this, because we're really, and this is what I think customers need to remember, is that anytime you're talking about some kind of analysis, that means that your conversation, your voice, what you said, recorded, whatever is being shared somewhere else. You need to know where that is and where that's going. Cisco really takes that stuff seriously, and the stuff is either being processed within the same, cryptographically secured network, or you're told and you have the ability to ask, where is that happening? Because, of course, it's happening from the law perspective, where you have required to do it. So I think there's additional questions we have to do to arm ourselves. Does that make sense, Steve?
It absolutely makes sense, Rob. The other way to think about it is we're already here. We like to think that this is something that we get to opt into or opt out of, and there are a lot of things in our society right now that we are afraid of, but that we are already doing. I'm not going to go into those in detail, but when it comes to AI, it is already a part of our existence. Look at what we're doing here at Cisco. Look at WebEx. Anybody who has been utilizing WebEx, congratulations, you're in the AI sphere. Anybody who is using Cisco security, well, guess what? Welcome to AI. You've been using it for some time. You just haven't been calling it AI. And now, as we continue to add complexity to the stack, as I was talking earlier with Papi on the Outshift team, as we add more and more and more elements within the stack, more applications, more APIs, more capabilities to our systems, the ability to see through all of them using FSO, well, guess what? AI is an enormous part of Cisco FSO as well, meaning you're already in the ecosystem of AI. Now it's just a matter of making it do what you want to do, Rob.
Yeah. And I'm most fascinated by the natural language processing capability and what that could do, because the idea of not having to remember very specific command line references and things, just put it in English, because I'm blown away in my personal experiments with how well these language models can do with understanding my intention. And 99% of the time they're going to decipher what I'm going to do. But I'm using it in very non-lethal situations, in terms of where I'm sharing the data and stuff. This is not, what I do is not enterprise grade by any means. Hey, but I do want to give a shout out, because I've been using their space because I find it interesting. So the Rotterdam-based Give a Bike Foundation is a partnership Cisco did. We may have talked about this a little bit, but in my conversations with Barton and the team that's been here, this is fascinating. I've seen stuff on the news about how they're digging bikes out of the river, and everybody here is biking. As we talked about last year, I had to be really careful about where I walk, because I'm not used to having to consider how fast these bikes are moving, and they have their own lanes and they expect to keep their lanes. But what they're doing here is they're taking bikes that have been decommissioned, maybe thrown away, maybe they're no good, maybe they've been in water, and they're reconditioning them. Cisco's a sponsor of this, and I believe it's expanding beyond this area as well. But the idea is giving these bikes new life so that they can also be given to people who may need a little bit more help with transportation. They might be a little bit deprived in that area. And so they're giving all these bikes new life. These are actual bikes that they have in the facility that they've been working on in real time. I even see them work up here. But Martin, we were talking a little bit earlier. Look, you even have a trouble ticket. You're actually working on the bikes here. What's been the traffic like in here? And how would you, I kind of mentioned what you guys are focused on, but in your words, what's important here?
Yeah, thank you very much for let me talk about our project. So first of all, it's awesome to be at Cisco Live. It's for us a new experience, and we are getting here a lot of enthusiastic people, and we are happy to share our skills of bicycle maintenance. And also it's very nice that we can contribute to a better society in the Netherlands. And all these bikes we are working on, they are going to be used by kids from Rotterdam. And yeah, I'm enjoying it.
Well, this is interesting having you guys here. Are these actual bikes that you've been working on that are going to then go back into circulation once they're set to your standards?
Yeah, exactly. So these bikes, which you can see here, they were all picked up on the streets from Rotterdam after they were abandoned. And then the municipality collect them, and they are providing them to organizations who actually fix them. And they will be returned to the on the streets to the kids from families with low income.
Oh, that's fantastic. And then I understand this has been a successful program that you're now expanding into some other areas. Can you talk a little bit about that?
Yeah, so our foundation, like as a way to make it bigger and have a more impact, we are organizing these workshops and also team building workshops. So whoever wants can contact us, and we will make them work on the bikes and also design them, which is a lot of fun. And yeah, you can improve your communication skills, leadership skills, and there's always something to learn with bicycles. There's a lot of common things with your life that you need to find the way to overcome some obstacles.
That's fascinating. I forgot about the whole part that you guys do work with other corporations to understand some leadership objectives, also while keeping our hands busy and doing some good for this group in which we live in, or the society. Martin, thank you so much for you and your team. And guys, I'll go back to you in the studio, Steve.
Really appreciate it, Rob. Great report over from Sustainability Zone. By the way, tell Martin he is ready to become a permanent resident of either Seattle or Portland any day now with that jacket that he's wearing. I absolutely love it. Let's spend just a couple of minutes with Cisco Plus Secure Connect before we head into our next innovation talk. Take a look.
Here we go. Nope, not that one. Okay, let's see. Here, no.
Hey, Miles, you got a second to take a look at
You gotta fill out a ticket, Carl.
Where? Nope, that doesn't go. Oh, too many screens. Okay, let's see. No. Where are you? There's got to be a better way.
There is. Cisco Plus Secure Connect, a unified turnkey SASE solution that simplifies operations and delivers a seamless experience for users.
Oh, this is different. A unified way to manage SASE, all on a single dashboard? Cisco Plus Secure Connect. Yeah. And everyone's connected and happy. I like unified SASE.
So, is now a good time?
It's the perfect time.
Cisco Plus Secure Connect, making IT professionals' jobs easier while providing secure, seamless access for users anywhere.
I love it. Welcome back to the TV studio. We are heading into our next innovation talk right now. We've got some phenomenal speakers with us. Martin Edens, Omri Gelfand, Jeff Schaefer are with us. They're going to share all of the different ways that Cisco is driving connected and protected experiences with SASE. Our distributed workforces today, our distributed apps, all of these endless waves of innovation, they have created greater operational complexity than we have ever seen before. So what does that mean for you? It means your organization has got to maximize your limited IT resources. You have to get to the value of SASE, but at the same time, you have to simplify your operations. You have to deliver better experiences. We're going to be hearing all about that in the iTalk, which is coming up in just about 20 seconds. Please remember, as you are going through the innovation talk, remember to continue talking to us on social media. Hashtag Cisco Live EMEA on whatever social media platform you prefer. Whatever you're hearing, great. Send it out to us. Give us a quote. Make sure that you keep talking to us. We'll keep talking to you. We're going to head into the innovation talk right now.
Good afternoon, everyone. Before we dive in, I want to share with you something about myself. So I like games, playing games. We play with the family, with the kids. And when I thought of our traditional IT landscape, it was like a very straightforward board game. Predictable, contained, everything was easy. Today, when we think of our IT landscape, it's like playing 3D chess across multiple boards with multiple players. So in this session, we'll walk you through how SASE can help you play in this game and even win in it. So as we look at today's world, it is more complex than ever before. With the explosion of cloud technologies, applications moved out of the traditional data center and run in a multi-cloud environment. Now, add to that our hybrid work reality, in which users can essentially be anywhere. The traditional perimeter no longer exists. And this multi-cloud environment leads to increased operational costs, added complexity, and also increased security risks. Your attack surface grows substantially. 41% of CIOs and IT leaders identify the need to securely connect users to applications and resources as their #1 obstacle. And most of the leaders claim that they need a consistent operational model across both their on-prem as well as this cloud in this distributed environment as a way to really address those complexity challenges. And this is where SASE comes in. Now, SASE was coined by Gartner in 2019, and it stands for Secure Access Service Edge. And traditionally, it is a technology convergence play that brought together multiple security functions in the cloud, defined as referred to as Secure Service Edge, or SSE in short, alongside with SD-WAN. And that is the traditional definition of SASE. When we look at SASE, it is more broadly a technology convergence that it brings together networking and security in order to meet the needs of this new hyper-distributed environment. So we look at SASE as a much broader term than the original definition. Now, when customers are looking to embark and start their journey into SASE, there's different ways to get there. What you see on the left is this disaggregated stuff of different components, different tools that were created and brought to life because of this pursuit of best-of-breed solutions. And that led to vendor sprawl, that led to a high level of complexity, and we can't really call it SASE. When convergence on SSE and SD-WAN happens, this is where integrated SASE comes in. And that allows customers to essentially consume and use the two building blocks of SASE, SSE and SD-WAN, separately. Now, those can come from two different vendors for a dual vendor integrated SASE, or from a single vendor with the single vendor approach, promising a much tighter integration between the two. Now, as we see the market evolve, we see much more demand as well as supply to bringing it all together into a common platform. And this is where the turnkey solution that brings a unified SASE solution with networking and security managed and operated together is where we believe the market is going. Now, many of the solutions today in the market are dual vendor, are integrated solutions, because customers were in different phases and adopting different technologies. But Cisco is one of the only vendors that offers capabilities and products across all of these different motions. So it doesn't matter where you are in your SASE journey, we can help you start that. And as we look at our portfolio, we have the most extensive portfolio. And it's driven by our two-pronged strategy. First, we continue to enhance our SASE building blocks across SD-WAN, across SSE. But in parallel to that, we also bring it all together with unified SASE. Now, customers can purchase the building blocks from Cisco in order to enable either dual vendor integrated SASE or combine them together to an integrated single vendor solution. And alternatively, you can get a fully unified SASE solution with Cisco Secure Connect, which is a converged SASE solution that leverages our Cisco Security Cloud and the Cisco Networking Cloud. So as you look at SASE, what are the key tenets that you should be evaluating and looking at a solution? First, very important, the solution needs to be complete, meaning it needs to address all the core use cases that SASE delivers for secure internet access, for secure private access, with zero trust principles. It needs to offer visibility into the user experience. It needs to be able to allow you to troubleshoot and understand problems in your environment. It needs to be built on a global footprint with best-in-class performance and SLAs. And, very important, it needs to be backed by a robust security and threat intelligence to quickly respond to threats that are becoming more and more sophisticated every day. Beyond that, it needs to be a simple solution. And people that are in the security realm know that complexity is the #1 enemy of security. So in order to have a simple solution, you need to start, first of all, by delivering a streamlined experience from day 0 all the way to day N. Not just quick to deploy, but also easy to manage and operate on an ongoing basis. And need to rethink policies and security, having an intent-based org-wide policy engine. And last, but definitely not least, to unlock the true power of SASE and the potential of SASE, it needs to be unified, allowing you to have a full stack management and operations for your entire environment, even beyond the SD-WAN and SSC. And it's also about having consistent identities and objects from premise, across premise, and cloud. So as we looked at our vision for unified SASE, we thought of these principles, and the idea is that we're bringing together, we're combining our best-in-class networking, client connectivity, security, visibility capabilities into a single subscription service that focuses on delivering the outcome, securely connecting users wherever they are to any application over any network, anywhere work happens. And to deliver on this vision, we have Cisco Secure Connect, which is a complete, simple, and unified SASE solution that leverages the power of the Meraki platform to deliver unified management for everything that is SASE. Looking at the SD-WAN and SSC functionality, looking at your remote workers, zero trust network access, users, identities, posture, all of that, but also alerting and logging and health and monitoring. With our newly launched central org-wide policies, and you can see some of the new items that we are launching here, we radically simplify policy management across your organization. And being an integral part of the Meraki platform, we have a robust set of APIs, so customers and partners can fully manage their entire SASE environment as well as their branch and campus environments, all on a single dashboard. So if you haven't checked it, definitely go and check it out. But as we look at Secure Connect, it really delivers on those key tenets, complete, simple, secure, and creates this virtuous cycle by taking a platform approach to manage your entire environment and helps you to adapt to evolving threats or changing business needs. And at the end of the day, what matters is to elevate the user experience, lead to increased productivity, and ensuring business continuity. So instead of me continuing to talk about SASE, I would like to invite Martin Edens, who's the head of technology and support at Mitchell & Butlers, to share with us a little bit of their SASE journey. Martin?
Hello.
Welcome to this nice office.
Thanks for having me.
Thank you for coming. So, Martin, can you maybe start by telling all of us about Mitchell & Butlers and what you do?
So, Mitchell & Butlers is one of the UK's largest operators of pubs, bars and restaurants. We've got brands that some of the UK folk in the room might have heard of: Toby Carvery, All Bar One, Harvester. We've got 45,000 employees, and we've got 1,650 locations, so we've got a very big distributed estate. My role in Mitchell & Butlers is everything operational, so all of the applications, infrastructure, all the service management, that sits under myself, and I've got a team of circa 75 amazing people that report into me and deliver that service on an ongoing basis.
Awesome, and you've been on the SASE journey, so maybe can you talk a little bit about when you started your journey, and then we did talk about the fact that it is a journey. How did you bring together, look at bringing together converging network and security with, and what drove you to take a more unified approach to that?
Yeah, sure. So we started looking at the product last summer. So we had several products that delivered the security that we need. So VPN, web security, or proxy as it's affectionately known. Those products were coming up for renewal, and we decided to look at the market and see what was out there. The other thing that drove us to that is that we're looking to be completely cloud native, and so we've moved all of our workloads out of our data centers, and what we're left with at the moment is networking kit. And so what drove us to Secure Connect, we're a Meraki house, so we've got Meraki deployed throughout our estate, and it made sense for us to move to the Secure Connect product and have that single pane of glass to manage the estate. So in summary, renewal of some of our products coming up end of life, and our vision to just be cloud native.
Got it. So you had a compelling event to look for a more modernized solution, and given the fact that you were already embracing that kind of operational network framework of management under the Meraki, that was an easy extension.
Absolutely, and we're very familiar with the Meraki setup and solution. So again, it's a simplified transition for us.
So we kind of touched on it a little bit, but maybe you can elaborate. What are the benefits that you see from having this single vendor solution with unified solution with Secure Connect? We talked a little bit about the operational efficiencies, but can you talk a little bit about the broader benefits that you're seeing in your...
Yeah, so I suppose one of the key benefits for us is visibility, and it's all in one place now, as opposed to in different systems. So that single pane of glass, if you like, you can't underestimate how important that is for having everything in one place. And one of the other benefits for us is agility in terms of managing everything in one place. We've got one set of policies, you talked about that earlier, and that's really important for us if we were to go quicker with change.
And you did share with me that it also allowed you to move fast and accelerate some of your plans.
Yeah, so we rolled the product out relatively quickly because we had timelines to adhere to. So because our other products were going end of life, we didn't want to renew with them. So it enabled us to roll out really quickly. The familiarity of the Meraki dashboard as well enabled us really seamless adoption.
Awesome, great to hear that. So maybe we can talk a little bit about the outcomes that you're expecting to see. What are you seeing now? What are the other outcomes that you're expecting to get from Cisco Secure Connect? And I do need to take notes while you're speaking here.
So for us, I mentioned it. So it's pace of change. So we want to move quicker. Not being reliant on hardware. That's important. But I think the things where we want to move to is we want to further hone in the posture that we have in terms of what we're offering and to whom. So the platform can do a lot more, and where we want to go next is really exploiting what we've invested in. So yeah, really securing what we're doing.
So can you maybe elaborate a little bit about what are the next steps?
So the next steps for us really are to look at some of our web-based applications and making sure that we've got zero trust network access deployed. That's really important because not everyone needs access to everything. So we really want to whittle that down and really reduce our posture and make sure that it's least privileged for everyone, and that includes what they're accessing and where, and the application layer.
Awesome. So again, getting better capabilities around your distributed workforce.
Yeah, and having the visibility of it as well. That's really important. It's all in one place, so that makes our job a little bit easier.
Awesome. That's great to hear. So maybe to summarize, from your learnings, the journey, if you can give one piece of advice to the audience, to whoever's looking at this and considering to embark on this SASE journey, what would be kind of one piece of advice that you can give?
So for us, we took a modular approach when deploying Secure Connect. So we started with web security, proxy, we deployed that aspect first, and then we further moved on and replacing our VPN solution. The lessons that we learned from deploying the web proxy just enabled a much more seamless transition. So we chunked it up, and that would be my advice, really, when you're starting on this journey, is to just carve it up and then learn, deploy.
Yeah, and I love that approach because, in many cases, people think of SASE as a transformation and a kind of complete revolution, but definitely there's a good way of identifying a well-defined problem and evolve towards that. That's why we always see this as a journey.
Absolutely, and we're not done yet. There's lots more we can do with the product to further exploit what we've invested in, and we will do that, but we're doing it in nice, manageable chunks.
Awesome. Well, Martin, thanks a lot for this brief discussion. Really appreciate you coming over and sharing your insight, your experiences. So instead of, one of the other things that thank you, Martin. So as we were talking about SASE, one of the key building blocks of SASE is SSE, Security Service Edge. So we definitely are having a lot of innovations around SSE. And to talk about the new innovations and the exciting things that are coming on the SSE front, I would like to invite Jeff Schaefer, my partner in crime, to share with you very exciting things.
Thank you so very much. Okay, so Omri talked a lot about how we're bringing together this unified SASE experience. And of course, as we bring together the natural intersection of networking and security technologies with the SD-WAN as well as the Security Service Edge, I want to talk to you a little bit more about the innovation in our core cloud-based security service capabilities and how we're addressing not only secure internet access, but also secure private access technologies. So with that, as many of you are familiar, we introduced the most comprehensive Security Service Edge capabilities back in June at Cisco Live in the US, and we want to talk a little bit about the fact that they're generally available on a global basis today. Now, what we've done with Cisco Secure Access is it's our most comprehensive set of Security Service Edge technologies, and the problem we're solving is how do we securely connect a user, a device, or a thing to any application, whether it's a public web application, SaaS application, or an enterprise private application, with one experience, one architecture for both corporate connectivity as well as remote connectivity with zero trust controls. And that's the most kind of key thing is what we're looking to solve as a problem. And effectively, how do you connect anything from anywhere to any application? And we want to focus on how do we do that in such a way that it's a better experience for the end user by changing the end user experience. We want to make it simpler for IT by bringing everything into a single IT management platform. And then thirdly, safer for everyone with some of the innovative architecture capabilities that we've introduced around the core security controls. So what you find inside of Cisco Secure Access today is network security in the cloud with an enterprise firewall as a service. We have the application security controls with our secure web gateway and the cloud application security broker. And we underpin all of that at the data layer with a multi-mode DLP capability that has been designed to look at data in motion, so inline, data at rest through APIs of common cloud-based services like Dropbox and SharePoint, et cetera, and being able to extend that DLP capability to also manage over 80 different data types, but more specifically, currently innovated around how do we apply that to manage the safe use of public AI services. So how do we apply our security controls to the prompt on ChatGPT and other public data services. So that's kind of one of the key things that we've been doing in terms of modernizing this. Now, one of the things that we introduced in this new secure access, and we highlighted that yesterday during the keynote, is that we have brought forward in secure access and these security capabilities this new experience insights. So the problem, when you're looking at how do you connect a user to any application, when they're in the corporate office, or what happens when they're in the home office, the coffee shop, or somewhere in between, whereas an IT organization, you don't always own the underlying infrastructure and services. So how do you ensure that user's experience, how do you solve the application or the network experience and connectivity problems remotely? And so this is the problem that we started to solve by incorporating ThousandEyes into our endpoint and then pulling all of that telemetry information into a central location to support this reactive troubleshooting use case. And we collect all of this information, which includes the device metrics, for example, around the CPU, the memory, the first hop network connectivity. We look at the actual network performance, application performance for the top 20 SaaS applications as well as private applications. We look at common collaboration services, and then also user-specific events around the activity or the inactivity of the endpoint. And we bring that all together in Experience Insights. Now, it might be a little easier, since you saw that on the main stage, to show you. So there's a 2-minute video that was bit-driven, so I'm going to try to talk over it. We'll see how well we do. So with respect to the video, what we're looking at here is Experience Insights as it's incorporated directly in our Secure Access dashboard. It's available across all of the security services, but the main thing that you notice here is that it's embedded into the workflow and into the user interface itself. The very first part of this shows you a summary of endpoints. So there's 900 endpoints that are under active management. There's a distribution of these endpoints based on their health scores, so you can see the color coding of the health scores. And then the next thing we start to do with that is we start to give a visual representation, visual analytics, so that we can have a better understanding of the health of all of our remote users inside of the various places by looking at the color coding of that distributed map. We can then drill into the map, in this case London, and we can look at individual endpoints in that environment. And so we can see their metrics. And then we can also look at the entire collection is automatically filtered based on what endpoints are there, and we can look at the metrics of that. Further down in Experience Insights, we can look at the performance of all of the SaaS applications that we're currently connecting. We can search them, location, their status. We can collect a lot of information about their responsiveness, any sort of response codes, and if there's a problem, we also collect the error codes and resolve it in order to support the troubleshooting and the remote connectivity. When we look back at the users, as you could imagine in 900 users, if you're looking at the full list, you need to make it more productive. So you can search, you can filter based on the location, the health status, as well as many of the device names. And once you decide which user you want to look on in a reactive troubleshooting mode, we can drill in and we bring up a user-specific page that lets us look at the actual metrics and health of that end user for the remote troubleshooting. So you have all the details around the user, you have the details around the device, such as its first hop network connectivity as well as the device. We're also able to visualize the path of connectivity from the endpoint to the POP and to the target service and beyond. And we can start to look at that as a way of identifying where the problem is in the user's experience. Based on the problem, we give guided troubleshooting tips. So in this particular instance, examples of remediation steps that we can take in order to solve the problem. You can quickly copy those, you can apply those to the user, et cetera. Beyond the user connectivity and device health, we can also look at application health. Here's an example of the collaboration application where we're looking at all the details around the collaboration. If this is insufficient in the troubleshooting or you want a broader context in terms of full stack observability, we also have the ability to swivel from Secure Access directly into, for example, ThousandEyes and take a look at the deeper dive in terms of the troubleshooting. This is the first instance of our new Experience Insights capability. It's reactive. It allows for central troubleshooting, again, of the user's application, network experience, and problem resolution. In the next program increment and beyond, we'll continue to evolve that with event-driven approach, and then also as we apply our generative AI technologies into this data set, we'll be able to move into a much more proactive approach to managing your user experience. So we're really excited about the things that are coming there. In addition to the Experience Insights, we also introduced Cisco AI Assistant for Secure Access, which is really an AI assistant that allows us to completely change the way we author and scale out the implementation of zero trust policies in the environment. And so the whole idea there is an AI that works for you, which is to be able to help us do that. In order to do it, we have a natural language interface that allows us to interact with the AI assistant. For example, I want to say, allow access to Jira for Jeff, but not Omri. And what we will do then is that the large language model will start to resolve that natural language into the structure of both an allow and a deny policy to instantiate in the cloud security controls. As an example, and it'll disambiguate things, like Jeff could be ambiguous. Is it Jeff Schaefer? Is it Jeff Schultz? Is it Jeff Sheretz? There's a lot of different Jeffs, and so then it also allows us to do this guided disambiguation of the service. And then finally, as we do all of that, it allows us to safely and securely scale out these zero trust policies in the environment. So this is one idea of how to help accelerate zero trust adoption. Beyond that, in this whole idea of what we just discussed, which is AI for security, how do you use AI technologies to improve efficacy, performance, and scalability of security operations, we also have another idea, which is security for AI. We talked about that earlier. How do we take our core cloud security controls and apply them to a user's interaction to the prompt, which is a public AI service such as ChatGPT or other open AI technologies. And so when we exactly. So that allows us to take a look at a number of sort of things. So we can look at the interaction, which is useful and gives visibility of the threats. But the two main use cases around the interaction with the prompt is how do we identify sensitive information that is leaking through the prompt interface? I'm sure all of you saw examples in the press. Someone takes internal confidential meeting information, they go to ChatGPT, they ask for a summarization of the meeting notes, not realizing that the raw notes become public as part of the prompt in the training data set. And so you have an intellectual property leak, and it could be particularly embarrassing. So we start to extend our DLP to do that. There's two major innovations there. So one of them is looking at the prompt interaction. Historically, DLP works on keywords. We applied our AI technologies to look at the full set of information being passed to the prompt and to summarize it. And we use that in order to get the context of the information that's being passed. So we could recognize that this is a conversation about competitors. And even though the keyword never appeared in the thread, we would be able to recognize that that is confidential information and needs blocked. So it's a really interesting use case of using, I don't know, generative AI to check on generative AI. So anyways, this is about preventing IP leakage. The other use case is equally true, which is the feedback from the prompt. Turns out ChatGPT, really good entry-level software engineer, and you can get the source code back. Think of it as a coding assistant. But when that source code comes back, it could easily incorporate someone else's intellectual property, and now you have an IP contamination risk. Or if it has been corrupted, it could incorporate malware, which is a supply chain hack. And so we want to be able to recognize, for example, content types coming back from the prompt, block them, watermark them if we need to so that they can be detected, for example, in build rules, and then be able to characterize and log them so we have traceability of it. And so this is this whole idea of of being able to prevent IP contamination risk. So this is this whole idea collectively, how do we apply cloud security controls to the safe use of public AI services? So something else that we're really excited in the current innovation. Now beyond that, the next major set of innovation we want to talk about, and we talked about this in the G2 announced it about injecting identity intelligence. So identity becomes the new security perimeter. How many of you saw the story on Saturday about the banker that transitioned 25 million, the financial controller that moved $25 million because of the video call, 25 people, the deep fake? The problem is identity is the attack. And what happened in that instance is he assumed that the identities were known based on what he was observing. But if you had had this idea of identity intelligence, the challenge in the industry today, we treat identity only at the initiation of a connection, and we do it by the authentication against the IDP, so it's a one-time resolution, and then we trust it. So think of it as a verified identity. But that's not necessarily continuous identity assessment, which is what we need for zero trust. So what we want to do with this is we want to extend this about how do we bring this identity intelligence directly into secure access, and we're going to do three major things for that. So one of them is this idea of a trusted identity. When we do that initial authorization of the identity and we verified your identity, but we can collect a lot of context around you. You're on a known device that we've seen you on before, in a known network, from a location we've seen you before. There's no magical transporting like we saw you 15 minutes ago in Brazil, but today you're now in Amsterdam, like no time travel, right? So how do we start to do that in order to have a better confidence around this identity graph that you are who you say you are and have a higher confidence in your identity? The second thing about that is we then use that to derive a trust score, which is how do we do this continuous ongoing assessment of your identity? And then based on the trust score, we can do this idea of graduated and adaptive access. So the idea there is you can take all of your applications, you can put them into groups, sensitive apps, semi-sensitive apps, publicly available apps, and if your identity trust score continues to decline, we can do this graduated enforcement. You no longer have access to sensitive applications. You no longer have access to semi-sensitive applications. And we can then trigger activities, for example, multi-factor authentication, challenge response prompts in order to reassert that you are who you are and re-elevate your trust score through the managed endpoint. So it's a completely new way to solve problems. If this had been in place in that video conference call, these users, which were from a location on a device and communicating with applications that had never been seen before, the system would automatically have determined that even though he looks like you're a CFO from the UK, we don't actually have high confidence that you're a CFO from the UK. And then that would have triggered that financial analyst, for example, not to take those actions. So it's a really interesting opportunity. And so we're working on this. It's coming in the second half of 24. So really excited about that. And all of this, very quickly, will be part of the services that we just described. Is we are making those part of Secure Connect. So we'll be bringing out all of this innovation in our new cloud security controls as part of our unified SASE solution. And with that, we really appreciate everyone here and the ongoing journey to Cisco's SASE journey. We look to make a big difference in the market by having innovation, the reliability of our services, and making sure it provides a tremendous value to all of you. And with that, let me conclude our conversation, ask you that you rate the session, give us the feedback. We thank you all for having been here. Thank you.
As you can hear, Cisco is meeting our customers right where they are with unified and integrated solutions that are designed to accelerate their journey to SASE. Fantastic session. Martin, Omri, Jeff, and in just a couple of minutes, our own Nish Parker is going to sit down with Martin right here in the studio for a behind-the-scenes chat. Right now, we are on our way into our guest keynote, which is going to be kicking off in about 45 minutes here at 5:15, so make sure that you stay with us. First of all, let's go out to Cedric DeValder at this point for a SASE demo over in the networking showcase. Hey there, Cedric.
Hey there, Steve. You know, from this week, I'm actually have a SASE personality, but it's not that one. We are here at the SASE booth in the showcase, and we're going to discover a little bit about unified SASE. And as always, I'm not an expert, but I always have an expert with me. So I have Avinash, who is a technical marketing engineer in our security group with me. How are you doing today?
Hey, I'm good. How are you? Been a busy day at the booth today, so.
Yeah, it's great to hear. I think if I look around, it's full of people, right? But one of the questions that I have for you, just to kick us off, is what powers the platform here that is built on Cisco plus Secure Connect, and how does it basically converge networking and security together, clouds together?
Yeah, so Cisco Secure Connect is Cisco's unified SASE solution, basically bringing together all the network as a service and security as a service into one cloud managed platform. Basically, Secure Connect is powered by, the security feature is powered by Cisco's Cisco Umbrella. And we have like Secure Connect 1 license that gives you integration with Umbrella, that gives you Secure Client, that is the AnyConnect piece, and it gives you the branch-to-branch interconnect. So basically, if you want to see here, how we truly build it as a unified solution is we have all your SD-WAN, whether Meraki SD-WAN or a combination of Meraki plus Catalyst SD-WAN customers who can bring in your branches, SD-WAN branches to Secure Connect. You can bring in your remote users who can integrate through Secure Client to Secure Connect. And you can bring in your entire application, data center infra to Secure Connect and secure it through our security engine, which is powered by Umbrella.
So basically, this converse solution brings SD-WAN and SSE together into one platform, right? How does that actually work in Secure Connect?
So basically, we are using Umbrella as our security engine, and when we bring together both the security aspect and the networking aspect, with Secure Connect, we will be like bringing together, like establishing an interconnect between these integrating entities, consuming their identities, securing through all of them through the fabric. So it is a very tight integration with like Umbrella security infrastructure. So we use for all like any integrating entity like SD-WAN branch or a remote user, they can establish that interconnect like branch to internet, branch to private access, in remote user to internet, remote user to private access. Everything is possible, managed and controlled from one single cloud managed solution.
So if we now bring this a little bit into practicality, right? How does this solution, so Cisco Secure Connect, how does it help IT admins and end users? Like, what's the benefit?
So, like historically, there has been, and this has been the input as well, there has been multiple teams operating, like in a customer infrastructure, you have a separate IT team, separate security team, they're doing their own set of policies, IT team doing their own set of policies. Now with this SASE motion, and especially with Secure Connect, you are bringing together both of them into one cloud managed platform. So it's like converging both of them, so that's simplifying both security and network into one cloud managed solution. So if you see, this is our single pane of glass solution where you see all the security events, all the network aspects, network health, and your remote user integrations, your private applications, your public applications. So this is like all, we are hosted on the Meraki cloud. It's our single pane of glass solution. So everything is in one like pane of glass where anyone who logs in, whether you're security or an IT admin, they can do all their network configuration, security configurations, and everything here.
Okay, great. So this is awesome. And if we now think a little bit further, like, you know, the technology industry, as we said many times here at Cisco Live, it's shaping itself faster than ever. So what's coming up next? Like, what do you have on the roadmap for Unified SASE at Cisco?
So basically, we have completely, like, for us, the main idea is to tap in, we have simplified the notion of SASE. Along with that, we now want to make sure we secure, like along with simplification, we have also secured it. The next step is to make sure we are able to consume the identities and make sure we have a more simplified notion in configuring policies. So we have come up with what is known as organization-wide policy, wherein a customer now has the flexibility to choose where he wants to enforce his policy, whether at the cloud, whether at the edge. So that is the next step. And going further, we want to powerhouse our security infrastructure, making use of Cisco Secure Access, which is Cisco's SSE engine that would be consumed, and we would be like the overall upper bracket of the SASE that for any Meraki SD-WAN and Meraki plus Catalyst SD-WAN, you can start combining this integration and being powered by a robust security engine as well.
Awesome, great. Thank you so much for like a very good explanation and a short demo as well. I think what I hear is that actually throughout the conference, it's all about technologies advancing fast, but we want to make it simpler. And I think that's a key theme that we see here at the conference as well today. I'm also just going to say here that we are still on social media, so check in with us using hashtag Cisco Live EMEA. Especially let us know if you have any interesting thoughts about the keynote that might be coming up, as Steve mentioned as well. And then I think we're almost ready to go back to the studio. So I'm not sure if I can throw right now or not. No, not yet, not yet. So so I can throw, so let's go back to the studio right now. Steve, are you there?
Bro, I'm always here for you, Cedric. You know that. Yeah, thank you for giving us the social media hit, and you are right. We are headed toward the guest keynote. Very excited at 5:15 Central European time. We want to make sure that all of you are here with us on the broadcast for that. Very exciting. We'll make that introduction shortly. We're so happy that you're here on the live stream. If you have missed anything at all, do not worry about it. It's been a crowded broadcast. We brought you a ton of innovation talks, great demos, terrific executive interviews. We're going to head to another one in just a moment, but you will find them all waiting for you at ciscolive.com. Please go and check those out. We want to make sure you see each and every one of them. My name is Steve Moulter. I am one of 4 hosts with us here on the broadcast. As promised, we have got Martin Edens here in the studio with us, one of the hosts of our prior innovation talk. Nish Parker is hanging out with him. I get to turn toward both of you. Hello, all the way over there, Martin and Nish. Camera's up there, so I'm playing to the camera, but I'm going to send it over to the two of you. Away you go.
Thanks so much, Steve. Well, yes, as Steve said, I'm here with Martin Edens. Martin, welcome. How are you doing?
Good, thank you. Thanks for having me.
Good. Thanks so much for being here. So you are the head of technology and support at Mitchells and Butlers. Tell us a little bit about what your company does.
Okay, so Mitchells and Butlers is one of the UK's largest operators of pubs, restaurants and bars. We've got some very well-known brands, Harvester, Toby Carvery, Miller & Carter.
So being based in the UK, I'm sure I've been to a few of those and experienced what you have to offer.
Yeah, I would hope so.
Yes, for sure. Awesome. So we're here to talk about SASE. You told us, what you do, but when you started your journey down networking and security convergence with SASE, what drove you to make that shift? What really got you started in this transformation for your company?
So we've been a Meraki customer for a number of years. We have their their technology deployed throughout all of our businesses in the UK. And a couple of our products that we use for protecting our web security and VPN, they were coming up for renewal.
Right.
And we decided to explore the market and see what else was out there. The other driving factor for us was that we're on a journey to move everything we can to the cloud, and we've succeeded with our workloads, and what we're focusing on now is our networking. And so Secure Connect ticks those boxes for us.
And we've talked a lot on the show so far about, advantages, disadvantages of point security solutions. You've obviously chosen to go with a single vendor and a single, solution with Cisco. Tell us more about your thinking behind that and why you chose to go with that vendor.
So there's a couple of bits on that. So one is that we're already used to the Meraki dashboard and how that is managed. And the other thing that we wanted was visibility, greater visibility of those security products in one place. So that was again a key driver for us choosing the Secure Connect product.
Got it. And let's talk about some of the challenges and problems that you're looking to solve with SASE. Obviously, we've had some demos today. We've been out to the world of solutions for security. But what were the specific challenges that you came to Cisco to solve with SASE?
So visibility, as I've mentioned, having that visibility in the single pane of glass, that was important for us. Not having physical hardware deployed, that's another challenge that Cisco Secure Connect has delivered for us. But also adaptability and us being able to make changes at pace with a unified set of policies within the Secure Connect product, that it gives us the opportunity to move at pace when we need to.
Got it. And obviously here, this is a technology show. There's so many technology enthusiasts. But if you look at a higher business outcomes kind of message, how has this helped you really kind of transform the experience that you're able to provide, to your own colleagues, to your own staff, but also to your customers and to their overall experience?
Well, I think the important thing to note with this one is that actually it should be seamless and they shouldn't notice this sort of change. And I think we've ticked that box. Yes, there's a slightly different way of connecting now for some of our team, but actually the experience has been very much under the hood because our team have deployed it very, very well seamlessly with the support of Cisco and our managed partner Fujitsu. So I think the fact that it's not visible is actually the real win there.
Yeah, exactly. When they don't notice, and it makes it a seamless experience, that's amazing. I have to ask you, you're obviously here at Cisco Live, so why Cisco? Why did you choose us as a vendor?
So we chose the Meraki platform a number of years ago. I think it was circa 8 years ago, and we've been really pleased with the product, and we've continued to sort of invest in the networking solutions that Cisco offer, with Secure Connect being the next natural step for us. So, and hence my trip here to Cisco Live.
Oh, I love it, and it's your first Cisco Live. So how's the week going?
Yeah, it's good. It's been really good. It's busy, lots of steps, but we've met some great people and seen some great products and everything else that you've got to offer.
Awesome. Well, just your departing words for our audience. If you had to summarize, SASE and the biggest benefit that you've seen with Cisco, what would you say that is?
I would say it's the visibility and having it in one place, and also the pace of change. I can't narrow it down to one.
Yeah, that's okay. It's a tough question to ask you at the end. Well, thank you so much, Martin, for joining me here in the studio. We're now actually going to head just back over to Steve over there. Steve.
Hello, your first Cisco Live, Martin. Congratulations. We always love to bring new people into the fold, so thank you so much again. Congratulations on a great iTalk. Really glad to have you here in the studio with us.